sometimes.
You can't be wrong sometimes. Big stretch. Okay. We have everything set except my fucking mouse is being dumb right now. What up, Django? Or at least it was being dumb. Is it the sensitivity of my mouse? Hi, Lexi. No, not settings there. My mouse is being weird. It might be batteries are dying. I'm charging new batteries right now. Cursor speed. No, it's not going to be cursor speed. Hi, Sky. I think it is just dying, or this is just a really shitty... It's not the mouse pad, is it? Oh, is it the mouse pad? Or is it too far away? Is it too far away? Oh, Why does it keep stopping like that? It might be the battery then. Let me try a different mouse pad. Okay. Because you are the wind beneath my wings. Uh-oh. Get back here, Chirp Pearl. Let's try the Rick and Morty pad. Nope, even worse. Is it too far away? Is it that it's too far away from the fucking thing? That would suck if so. That's a Logitech mouse. Oh, Kenzie. Waiting for Sky, thank you for the $2.99. I appreciate you. Waiting for these batteries to charge, then we can try to get a fresh battery up in there. That might do the trick. But yeah, got everything figured out, got everything set. I've got my keyboard here, I've got a table here for where we're gonna put the mouse, if the mouse can connect that far. It's not that far, I don't know why I wouldn't be able to. It's only like 8 feet. I'm gonna turn this on in the meantime. Keep working on this. That's the only thing that's different, or that's not, that is different now, is I'm a little further away from the camera. I don't know if I like that. We'll mess with it. I did like how I just went, yeah, and y'all could see the piece, but I also like how this is positioned here. How it's all like this. I moved this room all around last night. Oh, I need to set my chat to live chat. You gonna work with me, mouse? It might be that it's just too far away now, which I don't think that would be the case. Which one is the mouse? That one's the mouse, right? I mean, moving it from one to the other isn't gonna... Unless if I hook it up to a USB 3, it gives it more power, right? I don't think that would boost the signal though. I don't think that's how that works. Oh well, hopefully when we put a new battery in it, after these charge for a sec, it'll be better. Oh, ow, ow, I gotta stretch. The vine on which? Oh, on the pumpkin. I was like, what vine? Like, where was there a vine? On the pumpkin I literally just showed you. Yeah. 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 Cause you are the wind beneath my... we did get copyright struck yesterday, but it was for the fucking monkey song. Me and my monkey. Monkey doesn't wear any pants. But that's okay, I can just mute it. We were able to mute it, which is funny. I don't know why that's any different, but whatever. Let me try to grab the battery out of one of the controllers that I have in here. I think those are charged. What's funny is that mouse started fucking up right as I was supposed to go live, so I was like, uh-oh. Better not be fucking up. I'll just try this one on. I need new rechargeable batteries. That's one thing we can put on the list as well. Because I think these are about done with their recharging. Don't quote me on that just yet. Nobody buy actual batteries just yet. Let me double check that it's not just... See, like... Why? Seeing I don't have any other mouse, so not good. Shaggy won the 150. Arctic won first place. Jacob Django won second place, and Julie Williams won third. I have no idea how I remember that. Don't ask me how I know. Oh, come on, mouse. Why are you not mousing? Devices. No, not Bluetooth. It's already plugged into the back. Why is it just mouse cursor size? I got different pointers. That's fun. Is this wanting to work now? Nope. I might just need a new mouse. USB. Troubleshoot my mouse. Wait, what? device manager. See, even the clicker isn't really working. Device manager. This device is working properly. I don't believe you. Driver. Update driver. Oh, it's already installed. Okay. Well. Hopefully it's just the batteries then. Because it keeps like stalling. Am I pressing too hard on it? Am I not pressing hard enough? Gotta be delicate with it. Is there a way to change the fucking... Yeah, but see, it just stalled out down there in the corner. Yeah, see? I shouldn't have to fucking hover it over whatever I'm trying to... See, it's still lagging over there. Yeah, it's not moving at all now. What the fuck? Yeah, thank you, Kelm. Why? Let me unplug it and plug it back in. Maybe change the fucking gabagool. They make this so tiny. Yeah. I'm gonna try it with you. Yeah, just unplug and plug it back in. Fucking dumbass. Why didn't I do that in the first place? It's because I like to make things complicated. It's because in my mind I'm like, well, obviously there's probably something that needs to be updated or something like that, instead of literally just unplugging it and plugging it back in. No, see, it's still doing it though. Oh, James. Nice, Cal. See, it's lagging. It wasn't doing that yesterday though. Is it too far? Again, is it too far away? Which is really dumb if it's too far away. It is. Really? Serious? From there to there is too far? No. Yeah, it's not lagging at all now. There's no fucking way. No way. From here to here is too far? That's ridiculous. That's wild. Okay, I mean, I can work with that, I guess, until I get a new... It's gotta be the mouse. It's just gotta be a cheap Logitech mouse, right? That's hilarious. Yeah, it's got to be the mouse. See, but it wasn't doing that. Oh, I say it wasn't doing that yesterday, but the actual fucking computer was further this way. I moved the computer further that way, which you wouldn't think would be a problem, right? Like, I get that it's a signal, and I get now the signal is now going from there to there. Whatever. If I go, see, like, I can't even go slow with it. And my whole point of putting this here was so I can do that. Whatever. Yeah, that'll be the next thing on the list, y'all. Cal, if that's what you want to set your sights on, we can look at some different mouses and stuff. Some nice high-speed cordless. Did y'all see that ghost just there? There's a hair that flew past. Yeah, see, and if I was left-handed, that might be... Why? Is it how I'm holding it? Is this dirty? Is it the batteries still? See, I'm glad it wasn't just as simple as me unplugging it and plugging it back in. It's actually just not a good mouse. Something's actually wrong with it. There's something going wrong. It's not as simple as me just unplugging and unplugging back in, which makes me feel a little bit better. Gotcha. Okay, we can look at. Oh, I forget that I have my phone now. I won't do that now. I won't look at my phone and do that while we're actually streaming. But I'll add that to the list. Definitely. Well, because I should have just gotten a combo. But in my mind, I already had this. I already had this fucking mouse, but I didn't realize it was cheap. It's a Logitech. I didn't think that, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I think it's an old Logitech. I think it's very old. And, like, it works when it's this close, but another 2 feet. What up, Arctic? Hey, Arctic, would there be a reason why my mouse isn't working from here to here? Is it literally just that it is a shitty mouse? Is it that it needs new batteries? I'm charging my batteries right now, but see, it starts lagging over here. It's a Logitech mouse, and it's an older Logitech mouse. See, it does okay here. Does it just need to, like, fucking calibrate from it to no? See, and it lags as soon as I touch it. Yeah, see? It was fine yesterday. I did move I moved the whole computer. I moved the computer that way. Okay, we'll let these batteries charge then. For now, I'll just keep it close. We got a copyright strike yesterday, and it was from the fucking monkey song. Everything else we played was completely fine, but we got fucking monkey song struck, which was kind of funny. Not studio. See, it works over here. It's probably batteries. Hopefully, if I put a newer battery in and put it over there. Yeah, we watched Our Planet, and it didn't get flagged. So we'll do this again. What is that? What is on my shirt? Oh, is that my hair? My hair blended in with my shirt a little bit, and it scared me. Just 50 their own branded content on YouTube, do they care about it, you know? Also, would not be against getting a nice chair for the command station here, you know?
Nothing symbolizes our relationship with the high seas better than the blue whale. Weighing 200 tons and 30 meters long, these are the largest animals ever to have existed. Yet much of their lives is still a mystery to us. Blue whales live far out to sea.
Fair use.
Roaming every ocean from the tropics to the poles.
Parody.
We have only recently discovered a few
I
special
think
cases.
gamers on YouTube often record themselves playing a new video game. I have a stool, yeah, but that's a very solid piece of wood on my buns. Nah, no anime. Definitely no. Nothing like that, I don't think. Especially with any of the opening intros and stuff. All of the opening songs for anime are copyrighted. I think if we do this, though, we're good for most things. I'm gonna go ahead and stop playing this because it is the flicks. We'll put something else on. We'll go back to what do y'all want to watch? Y'all want to try? See, me and my monkey got struck because it's a song. The audio got picked up for that, but I don't think it's going to pick up video anymore if it's just this on my screen with me doing other things around it. That's transformative. That falls under fair use. Under parody as well, because if we're doing commentary on it, then yeah. So let's try something not as big as the flicks, but monoing videos. Let's try. like modern Marvel stuff. Let's try some like Anthony Bourdain. Let's try Weird Eats again. Weird ears. Weird Erts. Top 10 bizarre foods. Nah, this is gonna be. Good Mythical Morning. Medieval junk food, yeah!
These old notes made me $43. I uploaded them to StewDocu, and they made me an offer of...
Stocking up on chips and Twinkies and hitting the drive-thru for a greasy cheeseburger seem like modern institutions. But the world's love affair with junk food is a tale as old as time. A lot of what would become the fast food industry began in medieval Europe, where people satisfied their junk food cravings.
A weird
Ert. Interesting.
Isn't an Ert
but knights weren't
a type of like
their horses through the drive-thru
chariot?
Candy bars on their way to the castle. Instead, medieval fast food catered to travelers and the poor, and it wasn't always tasty. Today in Weird History, we're taking a look at what junk food was like in the Middle Ages. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. And while you're there, leave a comment.
Oh no, it's 9/11, bruh!
Time to get medieval on those cool red Doritos. London is
We're gonna take a rip real quick.
Major landmarks and for being a hub of British culture, as well as being the place
Let's
where
find out.
was hatched in
Watch,
the
no, I promise you, an Ert is either a like chariot or like a covered. It's a covered something. It's a covered stationary place, or it's a covered movable thing that people would carry other people around. Watch. I don't know how it's spelled. Ert. No, not upper respiratory tract. Oh, am I thinking yurt? Because a yurt tent is a thing. Oh, yeah, okay. Yurt. I see. I feel like an Ert is also something, though. Nope. It's a yurt with a Y. I'm glad I know that now, so if I ever were to say that again, I can say it right now. Yeah, right, same thing. Nobody's gonna call you out on that. Did you not put a Y in front of that? It's actually a yurt.
During the Middle Ages, London was a center of trade and commerce, but poverty throughout Europe was high. So for many Londoners,
These batteries
it
are
was
almost
easy,
charged.
convenient, or even possible to cook at home. Cooking
Yeah, that
was
guy's about to
cheap,
fucking
weren't
get it.
cheap. On top
In
of
the
that,
back of the head.
poor were packed into tenement housing that often didn't have any furnishings, let alone a hearth. Without a hearth, cooking was
hearth
an unscalable
is
mountain.
another word that I like.
Unless you your own snow, risk burning her already meager
We're gonna
dwellings
take a
to
rip
the
real quick.
ground. So people visited cook shops instead, the old-timey equivalent of picking up some takeout. Cook shops sprouted up around the Thames to serve the community's fast food needs. These 24-hour cook shops supplied hot food to tourists and residents alike. They were open every day, with menus that changed depending on the season. But instead of driving through on a chariot or horse, the cook shops offered more of a stroll-through experience. Customers would walk up to the shops to purchase their favorite hot meal. Others would buy what they wanted, then take it home to eat later. Because scarfing down a plate of takeout is not always what you want to do in public. Cook shops weren't limited to London. One city street in Bristol became known as Cook's Row. Bristol's cook shops offered more variety, including poultry and fish. They may have been among the first to subscribe to the adage, it's the smell that sells. They'd have their hearths outside the shop, and would strategically throw food on the cook so that the smell would entice customers over to grab a quick bite. Some shops served sweets, others were known for their pancakes and bread, but the most popular might have been the shops that sold meat pies. Those delicious meat-based treats were a popular seller, kind of like a medieval hamburger.
They're the worst pies in London!
Speaking of burgers,
The worst pies in London!
everyone something about dark side. Spoiled meat.
Yeah!
Rancid
That was
ingredients
what I was just singing right there. That's funny.
According to a 13th century report, cooks would use diseased pork in their pies and serve them to customers without batting an eye. It wasn't uncommon for shop owners to warm up days-old spoiled pies instead of wasting them. Poverty was extremely desperate, and food safety wasn't exactly on the cook's minds. So the decision whether to heap expired food onto the garbage was often disturbingly easy. Probably like it is today, for being totally honest. When they weren't recycling the food, shops often undercooked the meat, which earned some cooks a bad reputation. The saying from the time claimed, God sends the meat, but the devil sends the cooks. Chef David Waffle House used to say the same thing.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck. Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application.
Bread was one of the most common foods during Europe's castle period.
Yeah, I
But
need to
most
stop
households
vaping.
didn't have their own grain, so they had to buy it
I
from
lost
bakers. And
my
while
regular
some ingredients
vape last
were
night, and
great,
I
bakers could
used the one that I used to
much more
use.
than that.
That is just pretty much like no nicotine. It's just like vape, and my lungs hurt tonight.
The customers,
Just
for
from
example,
one night of
if
it.
someone brought their own meat to the bakery, they could have the baker wrap it in bread and bake it. The idea caught on, maybe a little too well. London passed a law in 30
I actually got invited to try out for a production of Sweeney Todd, but I can't remember lines. I'm very, very bad at remembering lines, which is why I'm kind of leaning into trying to get discovered for voice acting or for being pretty, because I'm bad under pressure. I can walk real good under pressure. Like, if you want me to look real nice, that's one thing, but you want me to recite lines, I mean, I could do it eventually. I feel like that'd just be like stage fright thing. I could be able to do it eventually, but got druids in my lungs. You got ghosts in your blood. So, funny enough, one of my favorite sayings is, "You got ghosts in your blood. Just take some heroin about it, or drink some cocaine about it." But I found out another method that they used to use back in the day for finding out if you were pregnant was they would have women pee on frogs. And if the hormone levels in the pee made the frogs ovulate, then you were pregnant. And that was like a staple thing. That was like a known thing. And so now I have added, you've got ghost in your blood, drink some cocaine about it, and pee on this frog. And that is a completely valid thing historically to say. Yeah, like I'm good at, I can memorize lines, but in a high pressure environment, I'm forgetting those lines immediately. And you also kind of have to remember that while you're filming, you're only ever going to do one scene a day, really. One scene. So you're not doing an entire script. And that's what a lot of people freak out about. They're like, how do these people memorize these entire scripts? You're memorizing that next day's scenes. But it's still very impressive they do it pretty much in one day. And then they have it ready the next day. Obviously they get paid to do it, and while they're sitting in makeup and all that, they're going over their lines and stuff. But still very impressive. That's why a lot of times people don't have monologue scenes. A lot of actors are not good monologists. Like Christian Bale, amazing. Hark! Hark, Triton! Fucking Green Goblin. Why can't I think of his fucking name? From The Lighthouse with Robert Pattinson and... If they peed on harvested wheat and it blossomed, you're supposedly pregnant. That's hilarious. That was a thing until like 1970. Peeing on frogs was the thing until 1970. I was hoping that reading that and going back to it would help me remember the guy's fucking name. Let me just see. Why do I do this to myself? I forget that we can just do this now. Willem Dafoe. What's that's fucking hilarious? That's a scene in Rick and Morty. That's a scene in Rick and Morty where Jerry can't remember the guy's fucking name. And at the in the middle of the episode, he goes, Willem Dafoe! When everyone's arguing. That's fucking hilarious that I just did that. Willem Dafoe is an absolutely... was a thing until 1970? That's amazing, I didn't know that. Yeah, I gotta remember that we can just look these things up now. Willem Dafoe. The monologue that he does in The Lighthouse is one of the best I have ever seen. I don't know if y'all have seen The Lighthouse. If you have not, you need to. Oh god, the one that I was just quoting, the hark, Triton hark. And he talks about you're not worth the shining whale or the shining pecker of a sperm whale or something. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, he does a full 3-minute monologue. I'm not even kidding. And it's him yelling at Robert Pattinson, cursing him in Old English. And yeah, one of the best. We'll get copyrighted if we put that on. That's a very popular movie. I very much would recommend you seeing The Lighthouse. Is The Lighthouse LGBT? That's fucking hilarious because if you've seen it, you know exactly what scene they're talking about.
Charge you more than a penny if customers brought their own meat from home. Meanwhile, you bring your own meat
Why did
to
this
Burger
get-
King
why did
one
this one
time. And you life. It wasn't like it was a cow. Not sure what the big deal was. Another modern day fast food item came about around this time too. The bread bowl. Modern Europeans
Ah,
created the
Panera.
concept by serving soup and stews in a bowl made out of bread.
Do y'all like the angle of the dangle right now? Where we're at with the camera angle of the dangle? What is that? Oh. It's like, what the fuck is this? What's this? What's this? There's bullshit everywhere. What's this? What's this? There's bullshit over there. Really? You hated The Lighthouse? I think it's one of the best movies ever. I think I see what you mean by that. It's the same with a lot of very, very niche movies. Same with I get it. Hang on, we'll get to that, Sky, because I have so many opinions about that as well. Hey, but I gotta. Jay, why do you hate The Lighthouse? Do you feel claustrophobic? Do you not like the fucking the lighthouse sound? Do you think it's lazy? Do you not like the aperture or the black and white? There's a lot of things I can see why you wouldn't like it. I like it for now. It's good where it is for now, and also I moved this here. So Doges, why don't we have a dog on cam right now? Can I get it, dog on cam? Dog on cam. Someone take the seat. Lucy, yeah, you go right there. Yeah, you go right there. Yeah, you go right there. Yeah, good job. That's perfect. Hey, look at that. That's perfect, Lucy. Very slow, yeah, I get that too. At the very beginning, you're just like, why isn't anything happening? To me, at the beginning, when nothing is happening, that just added to the suspense of it. Cal, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, see, look, what is that? Gifted. What am I at you? That notification. I didn't set that notification. Alert box. Donation. No. See, I forget that we can do this while we're streaming as well. Support? No. Cloudbot, follow, shares, like, support. See, gifted support. That's what it should be. Members. Yes. Yes. Which of these? Merch? No. Another lurker got exposed. Anybody who does end up getting gifted a sub, don't feel any obligation to comment if you are a lurker. We think that's funny that it does expose, because that is people who have been in here the longest. Give a second chance to this. Yeah. No, you need to watch it again. Watch it by yourself at night in a dark room, and you'll get it. You like the first time. Literally, the first time I watched it twice. The first time I watched it twice, and that's one of the only movies I've ever done that for. The only other movie I did that for was Scanner Darkly and Scanner Darkly, Donnie Darko, which is funny that those are, and is Scanner Darkly the one? The Void, Enter the Void. That's a test widget if that just went through on screen. Nobody donated $41, don't worry. Yeah, the gifted sub notification is not something that I set, and I can't find where to set that. Because it should be under alert box. That is the alert box. Donation like that. Donation. It's specifically for $41. Why 41? Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure that out. It's probably in like advanced settings somewhere or something.
This helped bulk up a meal, and was probably cheaper as it cut down on the need for dishes. But bread bowls weren't the only carb-loading option of the Middle Ages. In addition to being a staple of state fairs and
Sky, thank you for the $2.99. I appreciate you.
Also
hang on, I want to see.
Medieval Europe. 3 simple ingredients combined to create the twisted.
Did the notification already go through?
A little bit of water, some flour, and some salt. You got yourself a filling snack officially approved by the.
There it is. I was gonna say, no way the notification went through already. I wanted to look at it.
Avoided eating certain animal products.
Sky, thank you for the $2.99. Do y'all like that? Do y'all like that? It's the.
Hand them out to kids.
That's the.
Prayers.
Oh, I can't. That
has to be poor. Outside of the church.
That has to be pulled up for me to pause it like that. Do y'all like how it's the RuneScape coins? I like that it's the RuneScape coins. What up, Michael?
Pretzels became a symbol of luck and prosperity.
Why the fuck's that guy eating it like that?
Lucky about when you're chowing down on a handmade pretzel. Nothing
chowing down on a pretzel
like a 6-pack of booze.
All right, here, let me swap these.
If you're treating yourself, you might as well go all the way. And while
I mean, beer and the pretzel, it sounds pretty good, you know.
Europeans really liked to drink, possibly because they were living in medieval Europe. Not even Lent had any effect on the common folks' thirst for racing refreshment.
That's as much of the RuneScape coins as I could put
that gap in the regular
as
fish became
there, but it looks good just like that.
Others turned to booze, while it provided.
It looks great just like that, actually. Hang on, post all the stickers. I think we actually have. I don't have any more stickers as of right now, but we will get more stickers. We should actually. Hang on. Dang it, yeah. I think it's just the mouse. Cause I put. Maybe I just needed to connect. It's okay. I need to not lift it up. Yeah, okay. They look good on a big screen. I don't know how good they look on y'all's. Also, I'm trying to make sure this isn't warming up or anything, because this is pretty close to the TV. I'm pretty sure we do get to add. Yeah, it's probably just this mouse. It's doing okay right now. God damn it, I'll unplug my fucking batteries again. Oh, hello, Lucy. Why? There's probably like a longer range mouse. Because I kind of wanted to have this, I kind of wanted to take this into my room too and have a fucking HDMI from this to my TV in there. But no, that's not going to work. See, look, and I put it right here and it's going, wee, perfect. Look at that. Yeah, just need a better mouse. Let's check YouTube. Monetization. Memberships. Wait, how do you... It'll be memberships. Like I said, I want to be transparent with as much as we end up getting anyways. So I don't care if that gets shown. I just care if the fucking actual information for the accounts and stuff gets shown. Your memberships. There it is. Customize default perks. Man, it is. It's this mouse. Let's see. It wasn't doing this yesterday, so that's annoying. I wasn't doing it yesterday. But again, the computer was closer. The computer was literally right here yesterday. I moved it a solid 2-3 feet further that way. Can I say anything that happened today not related? Yeah, of course. I appreciate the wind up membership levels, customized default perks, emojis. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, we can add more. I don't have any images is the thing. What is that? Stop being dumb, mouse. Let me try a different fucking... I don't know, I'm just trying everything before I actually give up and say, yeah, no, that fucking sucks. Nope, doesn't work over here. What about this? Does this work even better? Is it like a porous surface or a flat surface? Yeah, I don't have any of these or any other emojis as of right now. I do have them on the laptop. I'll add more tonight. Yeah, we'll do that later. No way. That's hilarious. Had y'all ever talked about smoking, I'm assuming, before? Did y'all both think you were in trouble? I mean, obviously, since they're your manager, did you think you were in more trouble than they were? Did y'all go in at the same time? Or just like in the parking lot? That's really funny. Look at that vein. Look at that vein. And then TikTok stream that I can probably see. Yes, yeah. So with that, it needs to be 1 by 1, and I forget the frame. But yeah, send me it, and I can probably resize it. Either way, yes, I would love for the Lucy one and the Flashbang one. Both of those would be hilarious. Ooh, look at my hands too. Sorry, hang on. We haven't done any hand content with the new camera yet. I told y'all I have wild veins that go all the way up my fingers. Wait, that one right there. You can actually see him on the camera now. That's a pretty hand. For free. I had to paint my nails. That's what I forgot to do. I need to do that later. We hear each other's vape pens. Oh, okay. That's hilarious. I know this TV runs warm. Dang, is that why it runs warm? Because there's fucking dust all over the back of it? Oh, yes, dust. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Things to remember for later. Actually, it needs to move this further that way, and we're going to move the camera further that way because this is a little too close to the, You're coming that way a little bit. For free. A red Ferrari. For free. Look at that. What do you think? I'll move the doggo chair over that way a little bit too. You don't have to get up. I'm going to move you and the chair at the same time, okay? You stay there, you're fine, I promise. Look, you're so fine. Now look, you're so good. Oh my gosh, look how good you are. See? She usually freaks out when I try to do stuff like that. Now we've got a perfect puddle corner. Dude. Yeah. I like this as well. Now we just need... I did scoot this a little closer. Let's see if it helped at all. I just need to be delicate with it over here, and I'll be patient. And not try to fucking... But imagine if I was trying to game like that. I'd be so pissed off. My mouse won't even connect. I keep getting killed. My mouse isn't even connected. How long do they... I don't want a cord going all the way over here, though, is the thing, too. I don't want a wired mouse. Especially because it's like, this is the keyboard. I go all over with it. This goes over here sometimes. This goes over here sometimes. I have a table here now, though. Look at how perfect that is, right below the camera line. And I've got different joints in here, different tools and such. Did that just turn off? Oh no, okay. I thought my keyboard turned off. I do need to charge that tonight. I got a desk with 2 drawers here. Perfect. Oh, look at that little mouse. Yeah, that would be a very panicky moment. Like, why would that scare me more than like a cop showing up? Be like, oh shit. Why are you here? And they walk in and like, you're in trouble. Just talking about paw brownies and noticed you going, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about? And you're just like, oh, what? No, but what do you mean? Also, the new Call of Duty is nice. I've been playing it. It's good. Alright. Kiln is warm. Let me pull this back up.
Early soak through Lent didn't sit well with some prominent religious figures. In 1400, the Benedictine monk Robert Ripon had strong words for anyone drowning their sorrows. He scolded excessive drinking as flying in the face of the abstinence that Lent was meant to symbolize, and opined that people got more drunk during Lent than they did during the entire rest of the year. Of course, he probably didn't have to eat some of the meat substitutes that commoners were forced to turn to, like the mock egg, a dish that was invented as a meat replacement during Lent. If he had, he might have been pounding brews in the tavern right beside them. Making a mock egg is easy even today. Just take a few empty eggshells, fill them with a mixture of almond milk jelly and crunchy almonds, then dye it yellow and chuck it down with a mud.
Go walk around. What is that? That audio on TikTok what it is now? It's 3 in the afternoon. You smell like weed. Okay, it's working better now that I'm not shit-talking it.
Sugar is one of those things we take for granted today, but during
I'll
the
still
medieval
definitely
period,
end up
it was
wanting
pretty hard to come by, and was usually out of reach of the masses. Only those who could afford the expensive sweet stuff regularly consumed it. So, rather than sugar-filled candy bars, people would flock to the cook shops for treats sweetened with honey. A fritter recipe from the 14th century cookbook, Anonimo Veneziano, calls for apples, saffron, flour, and honey. An earlier, more frugal fritter recipe was just fried dough, stuffed with gingered almonds, and topped with the delicious bee juice. Gingerbread, another popular item for
Sky know what they are.
Also used.
That's like an office moment. I love in real life, like TV moment, like sitcom moments where you're like, and this is where the camera would pan over to me, and you're just like.
Incorporating ginger, cloves, and pepper, giving it an inimitable sweet and spicy
Oh,
flavor.
also,
But when you're in the mood to throw money at a cholesterol spike,
These are
there's
dank.
nothing quite like the funnel cake.
Ooh,
A
funnel
delicious
cake.
combo of fried dough and powdered sugar. The mother of all carnival foods got its start in medieval times. Funnel cakes began as fried cakes called crisps. Because of their sugary topping,
I don't like the
cakes
smell
were
of these, but they taste good.
Since
Like when I put my face in there, I'm not a fan.
People would often improvise their own recipes, which is how we got dishes like fritter of milk.
What are you doing? What do you mean? Why are you just staring like that? Oh, I'm staring at where the camera would have panned over to me in this situation.
Which is just fried, sweetened cottage cheese, otherwise known as the dessert you give your kids when you want to punish them. Waffles, as we know them, also came about during this time. The original waffles date back to ancient Greece. Known as ovelios, they were flat cakes cooked between 2 plates, and they weren't sweet, which is a huge oversight that arguably contributed to Greece's downfall. Later, the Catholic Church began making flour waffle wafers, which dipped into biblical seeds. But it wasn't until the Crusades when a more recognizable version of waffle batter, combining cinnamon, honey, and cream, really took off in Europe. And in the 15th century, the Dutch invented the famous grid patterns that transformed waffles into the optimal syrup and whipped cream delivery systems celebrated by junk food connoisseurs centuries later. Initially, waffles were a common street food, would eventually become the breakfast and dessert
Get your
staple
waffles
of
here.
toasters to this day. Thanks to the discovery of the New World, sugar became affordable and accessible to everyone.
Nice,
by the
Lucinda.
16th century. London even
I'm sure that
opened a
helps.
sugar refinery, prompting a trend that continues in modern food processing today. Adding sugar to
Yeah, maybe. Sky.
Sugar quickly replaced honey
Just like,
as dessert.
you just keep drinking your water until they stop looking at you.
They
Just like,
even started using sugar to season their meats. If you cover a plate of fish and vegetables with enough sugar, eventually it tastes just like sugar, which was a welcome respite for poverty-stricken families accustomed to eating rotten meat pies. Sugary concoctions became popular junk foods during the period, including crispy crusts topped with berries, fruit, or ginger.
crispy
Cuscanoles. Cuscanoles is just a good
crust for you and
This love of sweetness transformed the European diet to such a degree that the word dessert can even be traced back to this time. Derived from the French word desservir, meaning to clear the table, the French were using it to mean last course by the mid-16th century. The English
Trying to think of what I want to put on the top of this pumpkin.
Some sweets that people ate after their meal. The Cuscanoles kid would be proud. So what do you think? Would you
I think
be
I'm gonna
willing to
do
try
more
some
candles.
From the Dark Ages?
Honestly, those
Definitely
candles look so good on the
While
top
you're
of
at
it, and I think
check
a
out
big
some other
candle,
videos from
I think just a bunch of
Leader.
candles on the top would look really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do candles. Also, y'all don't forget, we're doing Halloween packages, Halloween mystery bundles, all that good stuff. I want to do more episodes of stuff like that. No, not stuff like that. Oh, there's craziest obsessions, but I don't like those kinds of things because they're super ableist, but I'm down for stuff like that, if you know what I mean. Like, the people who have superpowers. I feel like there's just whole sections of stuff that we haven't tapped into. Like, what's the fucking... Would y'all rather watch Bug Wars, Bug Battles, or Warriors? What's that Warrior show? I don't think we can. No, let's do the Bug Battles because the Warrior show is probably actually like, or Bot Battles. Y'all want Bot Battles or Bug Battles? Wait. Raven? Hello, Raven? Gotcha. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to think of how I would do that. I'll draw it first. Bug battles? So what's funny is when I was in juvie, they would put these on, and I knew so much about. No, I don't want them to be put in like actual cages like that. I want it to be natural. Yeah, monster bug boars. In juvie, they would put this on, and I knew so much about bugs, I would be able pretty much to tell which one was going to win in the first place. But yeah, we'll do this. And it was juvie, so we would bet money on who would win. Y'all gotta predict who's gonna win now.
And the scarlet-mouthed katydid cross paths. Neither is nice.
Tarantula versus katydid. What do y'all think? So, armored locust versus tarantula. Damn it. Nice, Lucinda. I mean, everyone's always more than allowed to change their mind, especially when it's changing for good things like that. Armored katydid or tarantula? I love that sky. She said it was a one-time thing to make sure it was okay.
Behind her pedipalps, huge fangs, like ice picks, are as brutal as any in the spider world. Muscular legs, lined with spines, can lash out to puncture prey.
Trying to think before the... oh yeah, I was gonna quaff the raven nevermore.
The orange-mouthed tarantulas and the fangs tear victims apart. The scarlet-mouthed katydid fights back with vicious mandibles. Which one will live to see another day? When dinosaur ants take on a trapjaw ant colony, heads will roll.
Oh, there's multiple in this. So I got dinosaur ant versus trapdoor ant. Sounds like trapdoor ant. Would win, right? Ambush.
If those mandibles weren't fearsome enough, under the abdomen, a deadly stinger packs a fatal punch. Lightning-quick jaws on a hair trigger spring shut with an acceleration.
I think making the Raven is going to be pretty easy, but I don't know if I want to make it like detailed. Or just have it be sitting on the top, you know?
Needle-sharp stingers loaded with toxic venom bring down most competitors.
Oh, I think I know what I'm going to do.
Dominant size,
It's going to be super simple, but...
Dinosaur ants break competitors with ease, but the team spirit and cutthroat tactics of
Does
the
it smell like Teen Spirit?
could overcome
Oh, Teen
and
Spirit.
We know you're hovering over that button, but we need your help. We have a better
You need my
button,
help?
I promise. Right on time.
Get out of here, fucking... Shot back hose.
when a sunburst raspy cricket comes up against a leaf-tailed mantis, it's youth versus experience.
Oh, Mantis, for
This
sure.
bug is built to attack.
Wait, is this even gonna show us them, or is this just the lineups? This is just the lineups. Oh, God.
In the bug world, the ultimate fighters show no mercy, give no quarter.
Grab onto the prey, hold it, and tear it apart.
When the biggest, baddest bugs go to war,
I was like, why does it, I was like, okay, cool, yeah, wait, okay, cool.
these are the Monster Bug Wars top 10 bug battles of all time.
All time. I like that. You're serious. We can also do the ridiculous lineup. We'll do that next. The what is it, like 10,000 ducks versus a T-Rex? Those ones, those would be fun. We can see which ones of those would win. Slenderneck Mantis. Slenderneck Mantis versus the Bronzed Huntsman. What do you think? I think as soon as the Mantis gets a hold of one of the legs, it's over.
At number 10, when a bronzed huntsman takes on a slender-necked mantis,
That'd be hilarious if it did it again.
them will be down for the count.
If it was like, yeah, this is just the top 10.
The slender-necked mantis has all the moves and the killer instinct of a cage fighter.
Yeah. Nom 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 nom. Their eyes I thought their eyes were always super, super cool.
Long raptorial arms, lined with needle-like knuckles.
We could always do games too, like I was saying. I can play games on this and stream on this at the same time
But the
too.
mantis is about to
Obviously,
engage with a
that's not the most efficient way to stream gaming, but if we're going to be a variety streamer, we can play a couple games, blow glass, a couple games. You know, that sounds super fun too, because we can do like retro stuff like Smash Bros. And obviously like the multiverses and stuff like that. Hop in a game real quick. I don't want y'all to be sitting there waiting for me to like hop in a game though. We'll do dedicated days for that. We'll do dedicated days for it for sure. But that does sound fun. Do big team Mario Kart. We'll figure stuff out like that. That'll be very fun.
another tough guy.
Yeah, huntsmen are pretty big.
Is a hit and run hunter.
They're large.
It has 8 eyes, arranged in 2 rows of 4. But this street fighter hunts less by eyesight and more from the faintest telltale movement of air.
They added Rick.
Huntsman legs are covered with.
I still haven't gotten a chance to play.
Very attuned to vibrations.
The huntsman has huge fangs and potent venom. The mantis bristles with deadly spikes and rips opponents to pieces with razor-sharp mandibles. Who'll survive this fight?
Ooh, I like this position that I'm at right now.
Both bugs are locked eye to eye,
This
and a
is
monster
good there.
stares
Yep.
down. The mantis makes the first move, advancing boldly up the leaf.
That is real commitment. But whether it's brave or foolish,
With its guard up, the mantis is rocked by a lightning 1-2 combination.
Yeah, that huntsman is big.
Then the mantis gambles on a full frontal assault.
Oh!
As tactics go, it's not what you call inspired.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Finds its slender body bent over backwards, gripped in a killer clench.
That huntsman is just overpowering it. If it was a smaller spider, yeah.
The huntsman's fangs plunge like...
I got that wrong. I didn't think the huntsman was going to be that big. I thought it was going to be like an evenly sized, you know?
The mantis refuses to throw in the towel, biting and grabbing its opponent's pedipalp with a sharp-toothed arm.
The spider is going to be in real trouble if it manages.
What if it just starts eating it? What if they start eating each other?
Injecting venom as fast as it possibly can.
this final struggle might be a great display of courage in the face of certain death, but I'm afraid it's too little, too late.
Yeah, it is a
This
male.
champion won't be getting off the canvas. It's down for the
Females
count.
have much bigger wings and abdomens. You're right, Jay, yeah. Probably why it was so confident to attack it like that, too.
Counting down at number 9. When a tiger beetle confronts a raspy cricket.
Tiger beetle versus raspy cricket.
The tiger beetle runs
cricket.
down prey and rips it to shreds.
Tiger beetles are scary. Huge jaws.
But tiger beetles are really fast.
About 10% of their body size.
It's
Bug
also the
orivores.
world's fastest
Whoever eats
insect,
faster.
clocked at 3 miles per hour. The human equivalent would be 30 miles per hour. But this manic killer...
Because I'm fast as fuck, boy.
So often in life, the bug hunter in the desert. The female raspy cricket is...
Female raspy cricket. The female bugs are usually bigger.
And like the tiger beetle, she has a voracious appetite.
The raspberry cricket is one of the most active predatory insects out there, and it'll attack any other invertebrate they can find.
But up
Oh,
against
shit.
the tiger beetle, will those jaws be enough?
Yeah, the tiger beetle is really, really fast.
And crushing, slicing...
Oh, did it give us stats like this last
the
time?
raspy cricket,
If it gave us stats like this last time, we would have been able to see how much bigger the fucking mantis was, or how much bigger the spider was. Because the raspy... That raspy cricket is much bigger than the fucking tiger beetle. That's a whole fucking almost inch bigger than it.
is also fast.
That's really big.
And retaliates with
In the bug world.
mouth parts. Which assailant will remain in one piece? The tiger beetle spots the cricket. It pounces, locking
damn.
down its mandibles. The cricket tries to escape.
The tiger has one of its legs.
With a bite. The beetle retreats, but it's not out of the fight. It charges back in and grabs hold of the cricket's tail. It's now a tug of war to the death. The tiger beetle's powerful mandibles inflict a devastating bite to the cricket's abdomen.
Yeah, I was gonna say the cricket has a really fleshy
It's
belly.
followed up by a lethal bite to the neck.
Oh damn.
Life
Oh, look at how pretty that beetle is.
as the victor begins to feed.
They've got scissors that are cutting up the prey and mashing it up. And then they've got a base which acts to grind the food.
A tiger beetle eats like it hunts.
I was gonna say, how, is it gonna eat the whole thing? How is it gonna fit all of that into a smaller of itself? Paper wasp versus green tree ants.
At number 8.
Multiple
when a
ants.
ant
The ants are
party
gonna win.
marches against a swarm of paper wasps.
The cricket just like.
Battle worthy of the big screen.
Green ant colonies are generally spread around a dozen trees and might contain up to 150 nests, with 100,000 to 500,000 ants total, all of which will risk life and limb to protect the colony.
Yeah, there's multiple. That's definitely gonna win, whatever it's against.
Equipped with weapons of war. Serrated mandibles that cut and crush. Green ants also deploy chemical weaponry. Formic acid.
They
that
spin their
burns
buns around.
sprays from their abdomens. If that weren't bad enough, they swarm over a victim, literally biting it to death.
And spraying it in the face with their butt juices.
They can deter any predator, whether it's coming from the ground or the air.
Beneath this treetop bunker, with its elite soldiers, lives a colony of paper wasps. In a skirmish, they use their aerial maneuverability like a weapon.
Ants are gonna win for sure.
They also wield heavy artillery at the front and big guns at the rear.
Unlike bees that can only sting once, these wasps can sting repeatedly.
Nature is fickle. One unfortunate windstorm can smash one bug civilization.
It can smash them, or look at what we just smashed together, guys. Perfect, right?
Now it's war. Next, the top 10 continues with carnage on a bug battleground.
Go plug that phone
Then
in.
coming in at number 7, claws versus jaws. And later, a deadly ninja meets a destroyer in disguise.
When I first started Eve, I was a minor. And I really...
The top 10 countdown continues as a tree branch home to a green ant colony is flung against a paper
Yeah, multiples of
wasp
both.
nest.
But the fucking wasps aren't gonna be able to
Green
sting them. They'd only be able to bite them.
serrated mandibles, stings, and formic acid. Paper wasps dispense multiple stings with aerial maneuverability.
Areola
Which
maneuverabilities.
bug will
Dang.
survive this war?
Lucky ant wives. Oh wait, no, lucky wasp
Mobilize
wives. I
their
mean,
airborne troops. Gangs of green ants swarm over individual wasps. Without
Yeah,
the
see?
ants' superior teamwork, the wasps are at a disadvantage. But one-on-one, a larger wasp overpowers a single ant. But in ant battle tactics, strength lies in numbers. Individual wasps are pinned down, sprayed with formic acid, and
they're too small. The only place they'd be able to sting them is their
But
abdomen,
now the wasps
because the face is armored.
mounting a concerted airborne attack, they breach the ants' headquarters and begin carrying off the ant brood. scurry to save their young. It's carnage.
It's carnage. It's exactly what we wanted. It's almost as if we planned
The
for
wasps'
this.
superior airborne maneuverability and their preemptive strike on the ant's nest tips the balance. They overcome their assailants. Defeated, the green ants sound the retreat to start a new life in another part of the forest.
Oh, the carnage, the agony. What the fuck? Tiger leech versus freshwater
At
crab?
number 7, when a freshwater crab and a tiger leech bump heads,
Interesting.
there are no soft options.
Wasps are assholes. How big is the crab?
The combatants in this top 10 clash share the same pond.
So don't go into
The
random
freshwater
pretty
crab
ponds is
is
what
a
you're saying,
shameless scavenger,
because there's
feeding
fucking
on the recently
tiger
dead
leeches in there. Okay. Thanks for
or
letting me know.
anything too weak to fight.
Oh, it's a little guy.
Like a knight in shell-hard armor,
It's just a little guy.
the freshwater crab's body and
Yeah,
neck
ants did not win.
are safe from all but the most extreme assault. But the freshwater crab.
Oh, y'all, look at how good this fucking wolf pendant turned out.
It's with these claws that they're able to do everything. They can grab prey or potential predators. They can tear things apart.
But patrolling the freshwater
Good,
pond
right.
is a devastating opponent.
Oh, that was your pendant right there, Arctic. Perfect
The
timing.
tiger leech. It doesn't feed on the dead. It sucks life from the living. The posterior sucker attaches to its victim.
Raise the
with an almost
posterior!
unbreakable grip.
Head and
Up at
over.
the head, the
Raise the
anterior sucker does the
posterior.
real damage. It's all mouth, with tiny razor-sharp jaws.
Once they bite it,
Shining
they
wolf.
hold on with a combination of suction and mucus. They also inject.
Yeah, it's sparkly
narcotic
too.
in
I don't know if y'all
to
can
keep the
see
wound
that,
from
but
closing up
they
and
used
slowing down
a
the
dichro color.
But what happens when it goes head-to-head
I'm gonna
with
make
the
myself one
freshwater
of these.
crab?
Look at that. Look at that crab.
The tiger leech attacks with gripping suckers and razor-sharp jaws.
The tiger leech is 3 inches long.
The freshwater crab relies on heavy armor and
I mean, the crab will
sharp,
just start
claws.
eating it.
Which
if
one
anything.
will make a meal of the other?
If the leech grabs onto
It's
it,
feeding time.
the crab is just gonna grab it. Yeah, see, it's just gonna start eating it.
Is fair game. The crab backs off. But the leech is back. It searches for the crab's Achilles heel.
Yeah, it's going for a soft spot.
And finally finds access
Oh.
to a soft flesh.
Why isn't the
The jaws clearly visible.
why isn't the crab chewing on it?
Starts to suck the crab dry from the inside.
This is bad news. The crab is able to defend itself really well in the front of its body, but behind it can't get its pinchers. It can't get its legs behind it.
Yeah, definitely gonna win now.
The leech sucks the life out of the crab.
Yep.
When the tiger leech drilled through the crab's carcass, the crab began losing all its fluids.
Emptied of its body fluids, the crab draws its last breath and is consigned to a watery grave.
Interesting. Trap jaw ant versus an ant lion. What the fuck? An ant lion? So it's literally in the name. Trap jaw ant versus an ant lion. Obviously, the fucking ant lion's gonna win.
The trapjaw ant falls in with a ravenous ant lion. The earth opens up. The antlion loves the sand.
Look at that little guy.
It loves moving sand. It's the king of terraforming. Just a quarter-inch long, it can transform landscapes overnight. Burrowing in backwards, the antlion creates a pit by flicking
I thought it was one of
from a
those.
central hole.
What they're doing is they're gradually digging a cone-shaped pit.
But it
Victims
throws
simply stumble
at the
in
ants too. Or whatever comes
and
by.
never leave. Not far from the antlion sand trap,
Yeah, I don't like
another
leeches.
predator is on the hunt. A trap jaw ant.
No more leeches, Mom! No more leeches! That's from Friday, isn't
Its
it?
spring-loaded jaws lock open at 180 degrees, like a crossbow. Then, on contact, they slam shut.
These jaws are the speeding bullet of the natural world. They're literally the fastest moving body part of any animal. They snap shut at 100.
That's where you're wrong, partner.
Next, the jaws of death face their ultimate test. Then, more top 10 bug battles, deadly nets versus venomous daggers, and later...
Ooh, is that an assassin beetle?
...in a death struggle.
Let's start from the beginning. When we invented computers,
In Top 10 Bug Battle number 6, trapjaw ants are on the hunt. But lying in wait are deadly ant lions.
Did you wait until the last second, Jay?
The trapjaws attack with stings and spring-loaded mandibles. The ant lions entrap and bite with sickle-shaped jaws. Which hunter will eat today? There are death traps everywhere. Antlion pits, part sinkhole, and part quicksand. They bury bugs alive.
As the ant walks in to the edge of the pit, it's just so steep that they can't maintain their balance at the edge.
When the ant tries to escape, the antlion showers sand from below.
You're still at 4.
Under the sand, the antlion has locked on, pulling its victim down. Those huge trap jaws are useless. And from below, the antlion has already begun sucking its victim's insides out.
It's doing what to his insides?
The trap jaw disappears without a trace. Coming in at number 5, when an ogre-faced spider takes on an assassin bug, it's the skill of one ninja versus the stealth of another. Most spiders have 8 eyes, but poor vision.
Right, the
The
suspenseful music.
ogre-faced spider has military-grade optics that turn night into day.
Look at those little eyes.
Their vision at night is far better than cats. And
That guy's you're probably gonna die, little guy.
And what these spiders do that is absolutely unique in the animal kingdom is they build a very, very specialized web.
An expandable net that traps the unsuspecting in the blink of an eye.
Maybe not. Maybe it's not gonna die.
Like a gladiator, casting a deadly net.
What were those sound effects?
Every bit as silent and
I get all kinds of assassin bugs on my catalpa tree in the back. I'll show them to y'all sometime. It's in the spring.
Like watching a Shaolin Kung Fu master walking across a voice field, gentle, silent, careful, with not a single mark, not even the most minute noise. No wonder it's called the assassin bug.
No wonder.
Its weapon of choice is part long sucking mouth. Part
Hey yo, baby, what that mouth do?
The assassin bug stabs its prey using this long, beak-like structure called a rostrum. But with the rostrum, it has additional microstructures called stylers. And what they do is they open up small tears inside the prey, which facilitates the venom flowing in.
In Bug Battle number 5, a deadly net and a venomous spear will soon become the weapons of choice in a forest as black and as ominous as the grave. Next, treacherous silk versus a stabbing spear. Then, fight number 4, death in the desert. And later, rainforest giants go head to head.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house. Your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, computer, and it's...
No, Mr. Beast.
At number 5 in the top 10 countdown, 2 Bug World gladiators are in a forest arena. The assassin bug is armed with a flesh-piercing spear and venomous saliva. The ogre-faced spider throws a deadly net and dispenses venom.
Ogre-faced spider's gonna win.
Will live to see the dawn. The 2 deadly foes converge in the darkness. The assassin bug needs to get past the net to strike a blow. It tugs on the web, but a foot gets caught.
That's so unfair. What the fuck? What kind of matchup was that?
Quick movement, the ogre face flings down the net and scoops its victim into a treacherous tangle of silk.
What it will do is it will grab it up, wrap it up with more and more silk, so there's no chance the assassin bug is able to get its piercing mouth parts out.
The ogre-faced spider wraps quickly while keeping her distance. The assassin bug stretches its legs to break free of the death shroud.
Wait, what is honey?
It's too late.
Is that what the advertisement was?
With the deadly rostrum safely encased in silk, the ogre face moves in for the kill.
I'm making a raven right now.
The would-be assassin
For the pumpkin that we made.
takes a hit of paralyzing venom.
The fucking music.
Death is seconds away. But the ogre-faced spider ignores the formalities. It's already feeding on the body fluids of the vanquished. At number 4, when a desert centipede collides with a desert trapdoor spider,
Trapdoor
there
spider
will be bloodshed.
is gonna win.
Most of the time, this trapdoor spider remains in the underworld. But some rain
got this guy.
into the open for a long-awaited drink. It's a rare outing, and something she's not too comfortable with. This spider is reclusive, because the desert trapdoor is an ambush specialist. With 2 giant fangs that can pierce the toughest exoskeleton.
Trapdoor spiders have quite large parallel fangs that strike out. It rears the front end of its body up and then
scared me.
strikes.
That's what I got so far.
Is a formidable killer. But tonight, the rains bring out another destroyer, the desert centipede.
The desert centipede is the baddest of bad. He's aggressive, fast, big, mean. He wanders the desert like a serial killer, looking for more victims to add to his list.
Each foot is capped with a sharp spike.
Hey, Mr. Beast says it's good.
Stretches! Claws rip flesh and inject venom simultaneously.
Oh, hang on, I need to stretch my back.
This guy's big weapon is his extremely potent venom, which he delivers with these unique modified legs that are claws dedicated to delivering venom.
This desert thug also has
very sore
incredible
today.
senses. 2 huge antennae pick up chemical scent trails.
They have this extraordinary ability to follow a chemical trail ruthlessly, persistently. Once they find it, then they attack.
Dude, really interesting. I wonder if they have like coupons for glass stuff.
Coming up, Monster Bug Wars counts down.
I love those legs.
I
love how the centipede legs work.
And later, the top 10 war to end all wars.
You're not ready for it.
I'll have to look into it then. I didn't even know that what the commercial was for. I just skipped it.
Begins. Rain returns life to this small patch of
Is it an
desert.
app that you download?
It also brings death. As creatures emerge from their burrows to drink and hunt. The desert trapdoor spider skewers victims with its giant fangs. The
I'll check it out for sure.
with spiked feet and smashing venom claws. Who will emerge?
Dang, I don't know. The centipede's fucking big.
It's showdown time. For this desert trapdoor spider, a brief outing to find water. Lights a chemical fuse, burning all the way to a big bang. Like a heat-seeking missile, the centipede locks on.
If the centipede needs a bigger prey out, it'll use its venom claws as a pickaxe to hoe in on its prey.
Do you download it on your laptop though? Is it like a browser add-on?
Venom claws smash into the spider's body. The centipede pulls its victim out of the burrow so it can't escape. The potent venom takes its toll.
Oh, you deflated
Using its
it.
claws like steak knives. The desert centipede never eats slowly.
Honestly, I'm gonna stop trying to guess who's gonna win until I see which one's bigger.
A rainforest mantis confronts a spiny leaf insect in a monster battle. It's one of the rainforest's most bizarre citizens. The huge spiny leaf insect's heavy armor and razor spikes are for defense, an almost impenetrable shield. And if a predator does try to take a bite, it'll get a mouthful of those spikes. But in the rainforest, there's one creature who's not so easily deterred. It's an evolutionary success story. The giant rainforest mantis.
Oh, the giant mantis is going to win
like
for
a
sure then.
world dinosaur with a powerful stance and lethal forearms, spikes, and lightning-fast grappling hooks ensure.
I think it's funny when they give them sound effects.
The strike can happen anywhere from 30 to 50.
Like, why did that mantis
so
just growl?
1/20th of a blink of an eye.
See? Look.
But will speed beat spikes? The spiny leaf insect defends with heavy armor and razor spikes. The mantis attacks with thorny limbs and vicious mandibles. Which of these top 10 Goliaths will fall? The giant rainforest mantis has weighed the options. It's only a matter of choosing the moment to strike. But with faith in its heavy armor, the spiny leaf insect pushes gamely forward. The mantis's powerful jaws start slicing.
Why are they giving it those sound
The
effects?
spiny leaf insect struggles to escape.
In a fight, the spiny leaf insect is going to rely on its armor to hold out long enough for it to get away.
But it's trapped. The more the mantis eats, the less its victim can fight. It's a race through the first course.
Why is it giving? Why'd it go?
As cutthroat. Mandibles slice and dice, while feelers fork it in. A top 10 bug world giant becomes rainforest garbage. Coming in at number 2, when two jumping spiders face off, which one will get the jump on the other? In the battle of
Jumping
the
spider
insects,
puns.
the long-jawed jumping spider is armed to the teeth.
They've got incredibly long, thick chelicera with long fangs that are almost half its body length.
Thought it'd be dramatic.
But
what people want.
Past a killer.
Gets the people going.
Are everywhere.
They moved a number of the eyes back on their carapace so that effectively jumping spiders have 360-degree vision.
The long jaw isn't alone. The green jumping spider has the same skills and the same smarts. In the eyes of some, she's also the supermodel of the spider world.
You work it, girl.
That green jumping spider is absolutely gorgeous and big.
The body is compact and the legs short. The perfect build for a spider that leaps onto its prey.
No, it's so cute.
Themselves an amazing 20 times their own body length.
Look at it jump, little jumping boy, little jumping baby.
Next, jumping
Give it a little kiss.
Then, in our final battle, the fiercest fighters in the jungle face off.
What up, Rosalinda?
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension that automatically compares Amazon to others.
I'm great, how are you?
battle number 2 opens as two species of jumping spider target each other. Who knows which one will win? The long jaw has larger fangs and fast-acting venom. The green jumping spider has superior size and power. Which bug will jump to a conclusion? The larger
that was a really bad
makes the first move.
pun.
It's a Mexican standoff. Who will blink first? The long jaw plays it safe, but the green beauty isn't giving up. She stalks her opponent.
Oh, I think those are both really pretty. Ooh, oh, got it.
And scores a direct hit. Her fangs might be small, but they drip with deadly venom.
These guys have a really fast-acting venom. The long jaw's legs have already started to curl up. A sure sign it's about to pass its use-by date.
The supermodel is more than just a pretty face. Looks can kill. For our top battle, a tree scorpion invades a green ant kingdom. It's a call to arms to defend the empire. This plant is about to become green ant territory. It's empire building by an incredible society that thinks as one.
Colonies are interesting things. This is where hundreds of individuals behave like a single organism.
There are workers, porters, guards, and beneath this swarm of servants are queens.
In an ant colony, the queen is by far the most valuable thing. She sits there day in, day out, pumping out hundreds of eggs.
Every green ant is a born engineer with equipment to match. Up front, its mandibles are like a hydraulic press, lined with razor teeth. On a human scale, they could lift a 7-ton truck.
Imagine us being able to lift something hundreds of times our body weight using just our mouth.
I can.
But some creatures can be too hot to handle.
Too hot to handle, too cold to hold.
This killer descended
I'm gonna
from
give
the
him a
first
little
bugs to
belly.
crawl on land 300
And maybe a little
years
tail.
ago. The tree scorpion.
It captures prey by stinging it with this venom, grabbing it with the pincers, and then tearing it apart and eating it.
But how will it fare in a border dispute? The tree scorpion will strike with a venomous stinger and vicious pincers. The green tree ants fight with razor-sharp
I need to find more of that color.
Will this
Hopefully I have more. I
one
can turn the AC
fight
on
one
too.
or many?
Green ants are extremely territorial. They will protect their queen at all costs.
The tree scorpion shows no such respect for the queen. It's been spotted by a lone scout.
Hey, yo, that fool's disrespecting our queen.
It's David versus Goliath. But no one's told the green ant. No matter how futile the attack, it's programmed to lock on to its foe. The scout is easily dispatched, but
Need
it
more
has
of this
sent
right
out
here.
a chemical distress signal.
Oh no,
It's
Well,
like
like a bunny
sounding
fell
an
over.
air raid siren inside the colony.
The defensive strategy of the grain ants is built all around teamwork, sending out chemical messages that'll bring in lots of ants.
Ant numbers swell quickly. Each attaches itself. Sensing an advantage,
There's gotta be
the ants deploy
pieces
their
of that
weapon
somewhere.
of mass destruction. A cloud of formic acid. More soldiers swarm in to replace the dead and dying. The onslaught overcomes the
I
scorpion's
found where that
last
fell.
defenses.
Couldn't find that earlier.
The ants are able to hold on to different parts of the scorpion so it isn't able to sting. There's a limit to how many it's able to grab with its pinchers.
The scorpion is pinned.
What up, Grace?
The ants then set about dismembering their victim. They start carrying away the ultimate trophy of war,
Yep,
the scorpion's stinger.
that's brutal.
Its fight is over.
Nah, they set that scene up. They set that scene up. You wanna know how I know?
Sacrifice. It's then set about dismembering.
They noticed that they were trying to take it out, and they were like, you know what would be a really cool shot is of these taking it away. And you can tell they pulled this fucking pincer off because it pulled the attachment thing from in here as well. Watch.
They start carrying away the ultimate
Watch.
trophy of war.
See? They pulled that out. Win Grace. I'm in your phone. God? Is that you? Yeah, this right here. This was inside the tail of the scorpion. Whoever's filming this totally yanked that out and was like, yeah, this is a great shot.
Scorpion's stinger. Its fight is over. Many ants have made the ultimate sacrifice. That's how the colony works. One individual dies, an empire is defended. Long live the Queen. The bug world's top battles are never a foregone conclusion.
Now let's do.
Size matters, but it's no.
Now let's do bot battles.
As the deadliest competition in robot combat return on Earth.
It's just a commercial, isn't it? Dragon Ball, what? Not Dragon Ball. I thought those were Dragon Ball characters, I thought that was funny. Oh nice, they're getting right down to it. Look at that little bot.
He's already fire and taking a shot. Perfect timing on that.
Look at the little bot.
Warrior dragon. But look at Chop just gets
That looks like the robots from Robot.
The robot itself recognizes when it's not upright. So it'll actually flip itself. Chop's always innovative. Oh, big swing and a miss by Chop who ends up back on its side. Nice hit now, Warrior Dragon using that full body spinner on the backside. Oh, and also has that flipper in the front, of course it's activated by a spring. Chop really struggling here, Chris. Not sure that new self-running mechanism is doing what it's supposed to do. Warrior Dragon slams Chop to the floor again. I think you were just doing an incredible job maneuvering around Chop, staying to his backside and avoiding that primary weapon. Chop really has to deliver one crushing blow to that hammer. His feet get flipped over and over and over again. Warrior Dragon smoking here. This is not a good sign. Yeah, that flipper is stuck in an upright position, Kenny. Right in front of us now. Warrior Dragon with the perfect opportunity to flip Chop onto the screws. He just can't get the job done. Now trying to use the battle axe to his advantage. It's got Chop. nearly up on the screw. Let's see if we can push it up there. That flipper is definitely not operational now. A big break for Zoe and Chomp. And that mini bot just got underneath Chomp. I think she might be high center. We're not winning.
Gotta shut the roll, they got.
Look at that. Fighting him. Whoa! Chomp gets himself going by using that hammer. And this is kind of how Chomp did well in 2016. And mounted these comebacks. If only she could stay upright, Kenny.
I'm just sitting, not holding.
Under a minute to go in the fight, so the kill dogs are active now. Chomp has got to do something with that flaming hammer. Has to land at least one shot for the rest of the judges. Well, Chomp can't land the shot. The Warrior Dragon sits underneath it. Great driving from Flint Ewers, showing his experience. He's taking advantage of how long it takes Chomp to self-right. Let's see if Zoe can turn around. They get it. Take the shot to the side. Right in the ribs with a kill saw. Under 30 to go in the bout. Well, Warrior Dragon putting on a clinic here, Chris. Exploiting all of Chomp's weaknesses. And Colleen still hasn't got the shot in. Come on, Teddy. You get out there. Put your head under that hammer. Now with 10 seconds to go. If Chomp makes one last impression with the judges, throw that hammer, Chomp. Throw it. Get his front hit. Come on, Zoe. Boy, a disappointing start there for Chomp. Maybe didn't land even one solid shot all match. It goes to the judges now. Well, the opening hit by Warrior Dragon was just about the hit of the match, Kenny. That's right, Chris. Chomp landing on her side, and for the next 3 minutes, that's kind of where she stayed. Obviously, some major issues with her riding technology. Zoe will be really disappointed, but let's not take anything away from Warrior Dragon. Great driving from Clint Ewart. He didn't give Chomp an inch and made her pay every step of the way. Let's get the judge's decision. Down to Farouk.
We have a split decision. Judge Derek scored the battle in favor of Warrior Dragon. Judge Naomi scored the battle in favor of Chomp. Judge Frank scored the battle for the winner, Warrior Dragon!
Video unavailable.
Chromebook helping virus protection keeps your data safe from empire attacks. So nothing comes between you and the rebellion. Stream Andor on Disney Plus, while your Chromebook keeps you secure.
People remember heartwarming ads, so bundle and save with Liberty Mutual.
Liberty Biberty. Funny videos, what? Oh, okay. He's shooting rockets at it. Oxygen machine just kicked on. Good night, Jay. I like the way this is looking right now. I'm excited for this for you. Nice guy. Oof, yeah, I'm gonna need a different chair. Or I'm gonna need to put a cushion on this. We're gonna need to do something. Ow, hot on my thumb. This looks better than I expected. I've been saying that a lot lately. Oh, you got it completely picked up. Oh, I didn't turn the AC on, did I? We aren't going to be on as late tonight as we were last night, even though, well, we started last night at 11, so. From now on, we will be starting at midnight every night.
Your heart selves will be well above it. I knew the sun's
out. Oh, shit. This isn't a big enough pumpkin. I really like the way it looks, but the pumpkin is not big enough. So we'll do candles on this one again, and then I'll make an even bigger pumpkin next time. Appetizer. I have the same person fucking follow and unfollow me like every single day, like 10 times a day. And I'm very tempted to just block them. That shit's annoying. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I want to try something. We're gonna watch some MXC.
Hi everyone, I'm Hairball, the earless one-eyed gorilla. Stay in school or like it, but this one is mine.
And here, of course, Sharon Jackson, Kevin Fettersland's baby's mama. And she was
I'm just gonna do a few of these to test
shocking.
because
One more time. It's nice to see the captain.
we got a copyright strike last night, and it was for a song that was in the background that I didn't know about, but it didn't do any like actual bad stuff. We just have to take it out of the stream. So I'm thinking we can still keep doing that and not have to worry about it like, oh, we lagged there for a sec. We'll test it.
Is getting his free.
I have a theory.
He takes aim, and he fires a golden orb, and we're off. Ouch, takes a better line drive to the head. Knocked up and knocked down. Let's see that again, Jen.
I can't feel my eyes.
Oh, God. She's an illegitimate mother of two. Hasn't she put up with enough? You would think so.
You would think so.
And here's Connor, the action coach. Yeah, he helped Virginia Husband to act all innocent stuff. These times are the greatest cheats alive. Brando, Watkins, De Niro, Nicholson, Clinton. Mr. Chester is also a minister. She had nothing to me, and I was thinking of only you the whole time. And my favorite, I did not have sex with that fat chick. Just like Pittsburgh student, he too was walking his head right there. Hey, Vic, what are the summer lines your ex-wife used on you? Okay, that's something that you should like to think about before you don't
Played constantly in my brain with a rusty controller. Neither of these men meant anything to me. And it looks like Stepford Darrell Lincoln gets away with it.
I'll royalize you.
Former Life West my man Ron Williams.
So, Mark from Horton gave her the fork.
Oh, apparently so. And she still hasn't forgiven him.
For cheating?
No, for Pat Adams.
Too good.
Frank Larkin. And there is Tony York. Went to totally on her hip. Starts to move down the path.
Oh, good morning, Jimmy.
Oh, she's in the front there again. Danny Glenn and the little guy is really taking aim.
Yeah, when in doubt, fire.
Down to the net. Right there. Danny Glenn and Ryan. And the net. She ran, scored in, and went home. Well, that's what we're going to trip some pictures.
Yeah, let's see how things turned out for Tom and Heidi. Wait, where's Brooke?
Well, apparently they are working things out, Jeff.
Don't look at me!
Magical. It's time for Kenny Blankenship. Hey, for the revelation of the day.
Marking number 10, Paparazzi Len Mendoza. Takes a bad shot to his tripod. Only he's wearing a life cap. And number 9, the low-debt realtor, Caldwell Banker, who ran out of real estate and 4 closed on himself. And number 8 was the Spice Girl, Lush, was in her seat and into the tree. And that was so weird. And number 7, our very own MC Steamer, who proves that white men can't jump or rap. Boing! And number 6 goes to Christy, Hubby, and Cher Jackson, who goes to the maternity ward to the emergency ward. And number 5, that's going to Brad Split, who makes illegal, unfaithful, and fast as you can say, white breakup. And number 4 goes to Chelsea Clean, who ought to be good at her job, but winds up getting the back of her hair. And number 3 goes to Chef White Makeover expert Richard Muller, whose back horses are using a green makeover. The 2 spot goes to Joseph Aniston, whose wife is turned upside down, but shows and that stand her back. And the most painful elimination of the day goes to Tina Charlie Clean, who gets another spot just for being himself. She'll get her shot today. He's learned. Remember, cheaters never prosper. Divorce lawyers do. What do we always say?
Don't get
Always right thing, never the truth. Fuck ye.
Protecting nature is sacred. Defend the natural world you love by remaining in nature. As is perfect.
Before he started this terrible stuff. Like Skanky says, it's
That's a Skanky.
4 doors, but some of them are unlocked. No, from the fortified. Excellent. Yes, Skanky tries to make some trouble. Everybody gets right by it. They have utter fun. Find a remarkable attendance record. Reggie Larkin. There she goes, and there's Skanky. He tries to give her a double fist. Stagger. Yeah, oh, she makes her way around. Making trick down here. Skanky. Oh, a nice little move away from him. There he goes for the third one. And he hits you hard. And Michael, double fisted by Skanky. Let's again. Oh, and Skanky doesn't design on here. What's the attack? Oh, that's the blue guy. Right to Larkin. Look at Felicia. There you see, she's taking out Skanky. Look at her. Yank at that. Yank. Yank, yank, yank. Yank. Looks like she's protecting the scout on a six right now. Hard on Skanky, but hard. Skanky doesn't know what to make of that. She gets past him. Coming up again. Skanky closes in. Oh, Skanky first. It's about to run. Oh, wait a minute. He's doing some excellent play there. Oh, he's trying to fight some gang sign on Skanky there. Oh, Skanky. Oh, it's real, isn't it? Oh, right. So wait a minute. Skanky. Oh, he's going to make it there. Look at the net. And here comes Skanky. Oh, really? Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer and Hannibal Lecter could have got this condo in Florida. Just happily eating each other ever after. Right, you are, Cat. There it is. Awesome. Right, you are, Cat. Who will? Oh, that's Skanky. Oh, that's the shame. He's getting the hell out. That's a tough hand job. Right, you are. You get a tough one from Skanky right there. Alley parking and a latte bar.
There's one candle.
Look at that.
I need to
use coffee right up down.
move it around a little bit.
Oh, that run was done.
There you go, much better.
All right, let's see what Rob does here. Oh, they went down hard there again. He's starting off nicely. Got a good grip, charging forward.
Oh, looks like his shit went blasted right there, man. I think you are. They protect soldiers in the bush.
Right you are, Ken, and there he goes. Oh, you know, it looks like he didn't get a full bend there. It's more like a
fine-looking woman. But a better-looking man, man.
Oh, rough landing there. Well, of course the program was a better failure. Still costs billions of dollars. And look at him go, Ken. Oh.
We'll have a pretty short night tonight.
Fuck a flat junk in his trunk, and let's see what he does with it. Oh, what a shame.
Oh, that's good so the soldier doesn't get lonely.
You're thinking of the inflatable foxhole there. There he goes. Oh, and he is stuck it, Ken.
I guess she won the talent portion by picking herself up like a bowling ball.
Right you are. He keeps like oh, she can't do it. He's an alternative investment counselor. He doesn't take it up front fee because he prefers the fees in the back end, and there. He's a former St. Pauli girl who now sells boy better hard lemonade. Oh! And just like his drink, here's Abel Greenspan. He got expelled from business school for passing treasury notes in class. Oh, and he passes by, and this perky little cocktail is a lemon barmaid named Ginger Ale.
Oh, she goes down easy.
Next up,
Ginger Ale.
Canoe teaches etiquette to crude oil traders. Oh! Roadside assistance for broken down drunk drivers. There he goes. Oh! Looks like he'll be heading to a callback. He's a Wall Street lobbyist promoting special interest rates. Starts off nicely. There he is. Accepted. Hopes to one day return to his homeland and promote harmony between black and white Russians.
Can't we all just get along?
That remains to be seen, but little McHale has definitely got neither deodorants nor detergents. Here's the takeoff.
Oh, man. Something's stinking up our sewage.
An unemployable porn actor.
Looks like he's holding out for a bigger part.
Like you are, Ken. Oh, looks like you just went lit. Disturbing. Let's see how he is on the bull riding. Very nice, good extension.
This whole Asperger himself.
He's an unemployed Iraqi spider-hole exterminator.
All loser.
Like you are, Ken. USA number one drug bush.
Yeah, he combs seaside bushes for crabs.
Like you are, it's pressing work, but it needs to be done. And there he is. Oh, platform is over the other side. Here she goes here.
Oh, she's going the wrong way. I needed a few pigs in college, but I wouldn't marry her.
Right you are, Ken. Look at that. He is into the fluid. She's an out-of-work female surrogate mother.
Wow.
Good extension there.
Wouldn't that make her a surrogate father and a surrogate mother? Looks like she's done it, Vic.
Unbelievable. Here he goes. Takes off. Oh.
He abused himself right there.
Right you are, Ken.
Yeah, he'd have a private and leave his job.
And now the belts go up. And there he goes. Oh, Ken. No grip, no flex. He manages coaster sea life. Let's see what he's going to do. Here's the last chance to leave my belts in. Oh. And what a shame. It comes up short. Getting himself all lined up. Good grip on the shaft. Oh, he misjudged that. Suffers from a cracked phobia.
Yeah, he has a fear of brown spiders.
Thanks, Ron. Let's see what he does here. Oh!
He has a fear of winning, too. Just take crap from everybody.
Thanks, Ron. Let's see what she does here. Oh, she's got simply again. She's a kind of dermatologist.
That fear of being entangled in beef curtains.
Wow, we've all been there. Oh, let's see what she does here. Oh, there's no trouble. That's oh, she's down. She's wrenching testing.
And she went from being extra busy.
Oh, and now she's extra busy going down. That's Vince Moretti. He suffers from jamophobia.
Yeah, fear of big backyard.
Oh! Thought I'd boil the French infection. Let's see what he does here. Oh, he's got hard look and he might make it. Kenny, hold on. He cannot. He suffers from jamophobia. Short people with curly hair. Oh, he's down. Director, of course, he's got coming horror blockbuster Jason versus Fredo Cardio. Oh, and he's down.
I'm going to have nightmares for a week.
He suffers from crapophobia.
Yeah, he's afraid of dice games and the number 2.
Right, you are to see what he does there. And he is number 1 in this game, Ken.
Yeah, he calls them ash white. Like you are.
Oh, like he got white clean on that one, Ken. Not like this dress.
You can't try to cover this other's face.
I don't think it's like you, Ken. And let's see what he does here. Oh, he overshoots the platform.
What stripper? I mean, you first or something. Yeah, I go there for table dance.
Start that. See what she does here. Oh, he's barely. She's not done any homework. No, for bringing unfair and unmetal things to the Middle East.
Yeah, they always end with a dehumanizing interest story.
Like you are, Ken. Oh, he's down on the platform. Looks like he's mad. He's a conservationist. He's a mastermind behind the clear cut release program.
Yeah, her group cuts down trees before the lumber industry can get to them. That's pretty smart.
Oh, like you are, Ken.
Yeah, he's always breaking news.
Among other things, let's see what he does here. Oh, Oh, looks like he broke his grip there. Yeah, he bores everyone at parties. Stories about sparking it. And he, he lifted the platform completely up into the fluid. He broke the Richard Gere gerbil scroll. Yeah, he knew a guy who knew a guy who knew a doctor who saw it happen. Sounds a lot like the Rod Stewart stomach incident. I know a guy who knew a guy who saw it happen. He invented a pleasure toy for furniture workers. It's the wooden blow-up doll. Yeah, you use them when you really need to nail something. Right you are, Ken. Looks like he's nailed the 50 right there. Counterpoint show with Barney Frank called Below the Beltway Boy. Right you are. See what he does there? Oh, he's down, Ken. Hit that platform very, very hard. Two Jewish cowboys walk into a bar. Let's see what he does. Oh! 007, it's Michael Wilkin. Yeah, he was the junk bomb. Right you are. The bottom fell out of that market. He crashes into our septic and here's the father of New Age country, Johnny Cash. Yeah, he plays that music you hear when you're parked in the elevator. Oh, and he certainly whipped that one, Ken. And there's Von Dylan, Gervais, Dylan Cheese. Oh, his career was cut country short. He, of course, squeezes out one hit after another. Very big deal. I like to climb up top of that hill. Oh, that's right. Oh, he's down. You gotta tell him to get politically correct, Bond girl. Molly region galore. Oh! I like the old booksy. Country legend, Lee Nelson. That guy's a total stoner. He's right by mine. Oh, John Connery's body double, famous for his hairless derriere. Oh, wouldn't that make him a booty double? Manager of the new right-wing singing group, the Country Republicans. Hey, isn't Ann Coulter a Country Republican? One of the biggest. Yeah. Bond supervillain, Knockjohn. Yeah, he whips his hat off and brims people with it. Oh, he pulls off some fancy haberdashery there, and now it's the job done. It's Dolly Parton. She's always had big hits. And they keep getting bigger and bigger. Oh, it looks like they threw off her equilibrium. It's Holly's Berry's latest ex-man, Eric Benet. Yeah, I think he left her for Catwoman. Oh, Catwoman costume. And I'd pay to be her scratching post. I'd kill to be her litter box. Let's see what she does here. Oh, she's got in the fluid. A love nest news it. Yeah, he finds hot properties for cheating husbands to do their dirty deeds. Oh! Rickard is also visiting on coaching. Yeah, and lean meat injections. Oh, I think he might have landed on his fruit slim chatty. Yeah, his wife caught him hip-hopping from bed to bed. Oh, it's like he never shot the marching mark. No, wait a minute. He's climbing back up, big. And he's made it. Unbelievable. Yeah, didn't she cheat on him with that jackass dude? Oh, let's watch Santa go south down the North Pole. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's down. He hits that water like a sock full of quarters. I heard he tries all his spice before he goes to Jared. Oh, the perfect pitch hit. Loser. Here's Timmy Caprice. Cycle as always.
Another
hard.
handle.
The last chance for the addicts. It's Gavin Lewis. And that's Audrey Salzano. She teaches world affairs at Sean Penn State University. She's off. Oh, I don't know how long she practiced for this event. He claims to be half Sasquatch. Which job is such a one? And offended his spirit. Don't help him there. Halftime supervisor.
Alright, let's put something else on. I'm trying a bunch of different stuff just to make sure. Let's try.
Chewing gum dates back to the ancient Greeks who chewed resin from trees. Modern chewing gum was patented in the U.S. in 1869 by, believe it or not, a dentist. In 1928, another American invented bubble gum. Bubble gum comes in gumballs of all colors and sizes. But for blowing bubbles, nothing beats the chewy, gooey pink stuff in the twist wrap. It all starts with a gum base, the stuff that makes gum chewy. Traditionally, the base came from tree resin. Today, it's synthetic, made of plastics and rubbers. They pour the gum base into a mixer. Then add color and flavoring. As it begins mixing, they pour in glucose syrup, a sweetener. Because it's liquid, it helps keep the gum base soft. Next, they add dextrose, a powdered sweetener. They blend the ingredients for about 20 minutes. The stirring action builds up heat, which melts it.
Did you know gum isn't technically a food? classified as a toy, as a pastime.
Everything together. Ready when it reaches the consistency of bread dough. They transfer it by cart to a machine called the pre-extruder. The machine squeezes the mixture through a narrow opening, like squeezing toothpaste from the tube. This transforms the big, bulky wad into thin, manageable strips that can then go through the extruders. The extruders squeeze each strip down to the actual width of a piece of bubble gum.
That's my favorite kind of gum right there.
It comes out as one long
one of my
continuous
favorite
stream
kinds of gums.
to be cut into bite-sized pieces later on. This extrusion process heats up the gum. If they were to cut and wrap it now, it would stick to the wrapper. So the next stop is a cooling chamber. The gum goes in for 15 minutes at between 3 to 7 degrees Celsius. When the bubble gum comes out, it's cooled down enough for what they call the cut and wrap. One machine does both jobs in a fraction of a second. Watch the action in slow motion. As the continuous stream of gum enters on one end, the machine cuts it into bite-sized pieces, pushes each piece into a wax paper wrapper, then twists both ends of the wrapper closed. Here's the slow motion replay from a different angle. The machine processes 900 pieces of bubble gum per minute. Last stop, packaging. The bubble gum moves on to a scale that automatically weighs out the right amount per tub. They seal the tub with plastic to make it airtight. This keeps the bubble gum fresh. Ever wonder why bubble gum is pink? It's because that's the only color Walter Deemer had on hand when he invented this treat back in 1928.
That's hilarious.
Since then, the color just stuck. Become an agent of innovation with Investo Kitchen. Become an agent of innovation.
Oysters are a versatile shellfish. You can bake them, boil them, smoke them, or eat them raw right from the shell. Over the years, wild oyster stocks have declined due to overfishing and pollution. So today, 95% of the oysters we consume come from oyster farms.
I think that already filled up that tank.
Oysters are filter feeders,
That's
meaning
wild,
they draw
so-
seawater over their gills to trap and eat the phytoplankton, microscopic aquatic organisms. An adult oyster can filter more than 5 quarts of seawater per hour. Oyster farms are located in or by the sea because the oysters need to feed off seawater to survive. The hatchery keeps the oysters in upwellers, mesh-bottom buckets sitting in seawater. Oysters can reproduce once they're 6 months old. However, the ideal breeding age is between 2 and 10 years. At breeding time, workers put the oysters into breeding trays, oscillating the temperature between 68 and 86 degrees to stimulate spawning. The females squirt out eggs, the males squirt out semen, and 16 hours later, the fertilized eggs hatch larvae. Right from birth, the oysters feed on a blend of the phytoplankton they eat in the wild. The hatchery dilutes this plankton mix in seawater and pumps it to the oyster containers. Marine biologists manage the ponds in which the hatchery grows its phytoplankton supply. The larvae are so tiny, you can't see them in the water. They're visible only under a microscope. Right from the time they hatch, they already have a shell and can swim.
Oh, look at that!
By about the 2-week mark, they've grown to the size of a speck.
That's hilarious.
About 1/64th of an inch long. However, now they act like miniature adults and stay put. The hatchery keeps them in suspension in circulating water, so they have an ample supply of food and oxygen. As they grow, they're transferred to progressively larger bottles. By the time they're 4 to 6 weeks old, they're ready to leave the hatchery and move to the oyster farm. The farm floats in a harbor. The baby oysters arriving are a tiny fraction of an inch long. They go into upwellers. Pipes circulate seawater, and the babies filter feed on the natural phytoplankton.
Filter feed.
Over the next 6 weeks or so, they quadruple in size to about 2/10 of an inch in length. Workers then pack them in plastic mesh bags, stack the bags on metal racks, and suspend the racks in the sea. The oysters live like that for 3 months, getting transferred into progressively larger mesh bags as they grow. Halfway into it, the oysters are this big, about 8/10 of an inch long.
This big.
By the end of 3 months, they're double this size.
Oh my god, like little baby oysters.
Leave home and venture out into the real world. Workers lay them on the seafloor and leave them for 6 months to reach harvest size, which is determined not by length anymore, but by weight, just under 3 ounces. To finally harvest the oysters, they lower a custom-built machine that's part dredger, part conveyor. It generates jets of water that blow the oysters off the seabed onto the conveyor. They travel up out of the water into the boat. That conveyor dumps the oysters onto another conveyor that leads to the picking station. There, workers select the correct size oysters and put them into baskets. Whatever they leave on the conveyor, smaller oysters, rocks and such, continues to the end and drops back into the water. Of course, the harvesting machine misses some 3-ounce oysters. Those remain on the seabed, sometimes for years, growing larger like this guy, weighing about 2.2 pounds. Prior to sale, the harvested oysters go through a cleaning process called depuration. For 42 hours, they sit in tanks filled with seawater, sterilized by ultraviolet light. The oysters draw this clean water through their gills.
Oysters are getting a tan.
All the bacteria. Thanks to this depuration process, it's safe to eat raw oysters. It's taken a good 18 months to grow from microscopic organism to dining delicacy, which has a refrigerated shelf life of about a week.
Oh, hi, buddy.
If you're mad and angry, he wants you to talk to him either way. So I got down on my knees and I started praying. I let it all out. I yelled. I said, I'm angry. I don't want to talk to you.
It's our sweetest guilty pleasure. So appealing, Americans spend more than $25 billion a year to experience it. Extruded, kneaded, injected, and spun. All to satisfy our sweet tooth.
Where else can you get this much fun in a box for a quarter?
You'll be shocked to learn how little sugar is in cotton candy. And discover what substance puts the polish on Mike and Ike's. Ever wonder how this familiar mint gets its trademark pattern? Or what special ingredient makes a lemon head so sour?
It's an art form.
Come on, indulge yourself. with more candy on Modern Marvels. An average of 30 pounds each day. Dipping chocolate in bacon may seem simple, but the process of making it involves some exacting steps. Each day, the brothers cook up to 40 pounds of premium center-cut hickory smoked bacon. 2 pounds at a time. They don't fry it fast in a pan, but slow cook it in an oven for 35 minutes. This ensures the bacon will lose most of its grease and gristle. According to the Marines, that's the key to producing the most flavor and crunch.
So now we've got to, we're going to take it and just put it onto the paper towel.
1 sec, honey, I saw that you messaged.
Crispy. And the longer it dries, the more crispy it'll get. So that's basically what we're looking for right there. Nice crispy piece. And it snaps apart when you break it. And pretty good stuff right there.
The bacon must cool to room temperature before it heads into the dipping room to get its sweet chocolate shell. If the bacon's too warm, the chocolate won't set. Too cold, and its fat juices will coagulate, making the final product greasy. The chocolate requires specific temperature conditions too.
This is a temperature-controlled room. We keep the chocolates at about 102 to 103 degrees at all time. Can't dip chocolate at that temperature. We need to get the chocolate down onto the marble surface, temper it, get it to room temperature.
This heating and cooling process, called tempering,
Arctic in the chat,
is the key
in the
to
house.
making the surface of the chocolate
I was gonna say in the chat and in the house.
You try to
But it came out in the house.
That's above room temperature. When it dries, it leaves a white film that definitely doesn't look very appetizing.
The bacon sits on drying racks for just 15 minutes. Then, it goes straight to the watering mouths of its fans.
Oh my gosh, that's really good.
But bacon isn't the only unusual treat the Marinis love to dip in chocolate.
We've tried dipping just about anything, from insects to dried fruits to, we'll put anything in chocolate and give it a taste. Over the last 4 or 5 years, the salty and sweet has been pretty popular. We take a ruffled salted potato chip and dip that in chocolate. You'd be surprised at the number of people we have come in to buy the chips and the bacon at the same time.
Ow, pull my hair.
Oh, it's delicious. Thank you.
At least it's from the back and not the fucking hairline. I need all the hair on the hairline I can
Combination
get.
of the sweet and the salty.
We've already seen this, haven't we? Ten worst fast food failures.
You'll want to hear about all this.
Get out of here, Kevin Hart.
Love to see that cash back.
If you shop at Walmart, you know.
Alright, there's so many ads.
How to spend a little less. To get a little more. To feel
Grab some water.
better.
Howdy. Did you know fast food has its own lost media archive to it? A range of fast foods that might have been secret menu items or completely discontinued. Some of these items are cancelled before many consumers even get the chance to try them. Some might have been cancelled because they were weird, terrible ideas, or some might have been even too unhealthy to stay on the menu. So let's check out the 10 worst fast food failures. Also, apologies in advance if some of the footage I use is lower quality than usual. Some of these ads are from decades ago when all we had were VHS players. Anyway, let's begin. For a quick bonus entry, here's number 11. The McHotDog. This bizarre choice was added way back in 1995 in the UK and later in Japan.
The hot dogs are hot again.
Hot dog.
They're new at
It was originally intended to be a summer exclusive item, but it just didn't sell too well. So they discontinued it and later tried to introduce it again in 2002. Surely if people were at a baseball game, they'd want a McHotDog. But as sales waned, the hot dog was phased in and out for many years, until it was finally reintroduced in 2007 in Pennsylvania this time. Apparently, local sports fans in Pennsylvania had been demanding it. But why was the McHot dog so hard to keep on shelves and eventually completely discontinued? Well, the answer is rather odd.
I wasn't expecting that voice out of that guy.
The CEO of McDonald's, Ray Kroc, had mixed feelings about these McHot dogs. He eventually banned any McDonald's franchises from selling the McHot dog. Even when the McHot dog took off, it didn't matter. No matter how high the demand was, he just didn't want any McDonald's selling them. The reason for his hatred of the hot dog?
Because he's a homophobe.
Well, in his words, there's no telling what's inside of a hot dog stick.
That's true.
So there it is. One of my favorite videos on YouTube is seeing how the hot dog's made. You should see this thing.
And everything is blended together in a big vat.
The music sounds like it's farcic. It's brilliant.
It's freaking grimy, yet ingenious and awesome. Number 10. The McDonald's McSalad Shakers. Oh, what a shocker. This item got discontinued at McDonald's, but it was such
Why
a
is there
good
fucking
idea
sauce
to
all
begin
over the
with.
side of it?
I mean, just look at how appealing these things are. Now, while I'm personally a big fan of healthy eating, it's hard to fully state how many things feel wrong with this menu item. For starters, a salad looks completely out of place in a cup. Who honestly gets a freezy cup and says,
right?
"Oh, here, let's put salad in this cup"? Don't you just want to slurp that down? And what marketing guy is like, "Oh yes,
all the fucking salad dressings on the side of the cup."
Things coughed up by the stray cats. What are they thinking with this thing?
I dip my pinky in my
I'm
coffee.
guessing McDonald's managed to turn this once healthy thing into something that still managed to be over 500 calories. It's not like they didn't pump money into marketing this thing either. Back in the year 2000, they did a commercial for it. But I just can't get over this announcer's delivery in this commercial.
Now's the time to head to McDonald's for crisp, cool McSalad shakers.
I mean, she just sounds so
Crisp, cool
non-impressed
McSalad
by the situation.
shakers.
She even says it as though it's a novelty to eat the salad shaker at all. It's surprisingly fun to eat.
Making them surprisingly fun to eat.
And I mean, when you have a freezy cup full of salad, don't you go and dance it up too? And the poor woman eating it just sounds so take it or leave it with her delivery.
Why are they dancing like that?
Salad.
Wow,
That's quite a salad.
It's not the best salad, but you know, you get what you pay for.
Wow, that's a salad.
Also, despite her shaking her salad in this commercial, none of the salad actually moves, thereby negating the point of actually shaking the cup. It kind of makes the whole novelty of the commercial seem kind of pointless. On the other hand, it's worth mentioning, commenters on this ad really missed the McSalad shakers. They actually found it quite helpful to shake up the sauce, I guess. I mean, shaking up salad sauce in a freezy cup still sounds weird to me, but hey, what do I know? Either way, the salad shaker made its way to the USA and Thailand. Before the marketer realized a nightmarishly stupid decision this was, then asked McDonald's to discontinue the whole thing. And for number 9, KFC's Double Down Burger. Truly the epitome
I remember
of
that.
bizarre American decisions in 2010. 2 greasy pieces of fried chicken.
I remember that.
The bun
I
of
used
this
to eat those.
monstrosity. Topped with sauce, lots of cheese, and of course a big old slab of bacon. I feel in this case, Sam the cooking guy summed it up best in his video.
What have we become, America? What have we become?
Awesome.
This actually started as an April Fool's Day joke by KFC. I don't think they actually thought anyone would want to buy this on a regular basis. But surprisingly,
They're actually
not very
really
many.
good.
Almost American KFCs had sold out of it by 1 p.m. Guys, seriously?
They're
You're
actually
just
really
kidding around.
good.
Okay. This kind of reminds me of that SpongeBob episode where Mr. Krabs started selling his
I've
customers
got-
straight up grease. This one,
I've got donut sauce on my pants. A donut powder from the powdered donuts. So if you see white shit all over my black pants, don't say shit.
was discontinued in Canada for over 10 years, but eventually revived.
It's honestly really
And I'll
good.
tell you, few things make me question my Canadian heritage as much as their decision to keep eating this thing. But pot shots to America and Canada aside,
Canada.
this thing made its rounds to other
America and
countries as
Canada.
well. It was adopted by Asia, Europe,
Asia.
and my home country, Australia.
You mean
Despite
Europe?
this thing selling at least 10 million, for some reason it was discontinued. But there was
Africa?
continual, skyrocketing demand for the brilliant idea of stacking 2 pieces of fried chicken on top of each other.
It was because the
with
bacon was
in
really
there.
good.
So I guess they
The
just
bacon
said,
was crunchy in the middle. The bacon, they made sure, they were like, yeah, we don't want any tendons, we don't want any grossness when you take a bite out of this. It was consistent all the way through. Consistent white meat all the way through, bacon crunchy all the way through. cheese was fucking dank, and it had a little bit of sauce. It wasn't too much, and so it wasn't like a weird texture as you bit through it. It was. I remember those. Those were really good, honestly.
Screw it to the doctors who requested to be taken off and just brought it back. Some people, like channel thrillers, believe that the KFC Double Down may have been what began the whole food category of deep-fried hedonism. So I can't even exactly say props to you, Double Down. I wish you'd think more about
around that time, everything started becoming deep-fried.
Not my thing, but if you enjoy it as a treat, more power to you. Number 8. Pizza Hut's triple pepperoni pizza. This
Palatown
music pizza secured a permanent place in customers' hearts.
That keeps
and
playing?
Possibly on a coroner's artery script.
Wait, Pizza Hut, what was it? Taco pizza?
90 pieces of pepperoni.
Oh, no.
As well as an additional layer of 6 cheeses on the inside. But I gotta admit, the ad campaigns for these things were kind of fun. The ads would be doing everything they can to keep silent. But when they try a slice of this pizza, they just have to find a way to yell out, "Wow, what a pizza!"
What a pizza!
They later tried to rebrand it the Insider Pizza, as technically it was a pizza inside a pizza. But I guess just ordering 2 pizzas wouldn't be enough. No, that would just be silly. But this disaster on a plate didn't sell too well either. So in 2002, it was completely discontinued. By the way, thank you to Mythical Kitchen Channel. I got a better understanding of this massive Pizza Hut snack thanks to their video. But why would they create a triple-decker pizza? It just feels like overkill. Well, back in the late 90s, we had this boom of novelty fast food items. You know, that kind of gives you a month worth of saturated fat in one serving. But once again, to be fair, the triple-decker pizza had a big impact on many of its customers. And to this day, 20 years later, it still has a fan page. Jeez, I guess it really did make its customers go,
a fan page?
"Wow, what a pizza!
Wow, what a pizza!"
And for 7 lucky 7, the hot dog stuffed crust pizza. I remember when the first original stuffed crust pizza got advertised in the 90s. Some nameless guy in the commercial said we had to eat it the wrong way, crust first. The ad gave the impression this guy was cheating on his wife.
And it's deal?
Yes, we eat our pizza the wrong way.
Crust first.
Fucking Donald Trump.
But fortunately, this is just a TV ad. Hopefully in reality, he went on to treat women nicely and be an honest, decent human being.
Oh, please. Every president since Washington has done this.
Anyway, after the success of the cheese stuffed crust, Pizza Hut started trying to stuff everything but the kitchen sink inside their crusts. Meat pies, mac and cheese, cheesy beef, you name it. But perhaps inevitably, they eventually stumbled upon the hot dog stuffed crust pizza. And personally, I think this looks like a well and truly American item. But apparently it was first sold in Britain and South Korea.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not an American
it
item.
finally reached the States. It just feels very authentically American to me to combine pizza and hot dogs into one item.
It sounds like something that somebody else thinks is that American. Yeah, it's that guy. It's exactly what's happening.
Fun of the excess, but
I was gonna say, it sounds like something somebody would think is American, like exactly what that guy was saying.
Sure, I wouldn't subject my guts to it nowadays, but as a kid, it was amazing. The hot dog pizza got tons of media attention and reviews,
Hot dog
so
pizza.
there was certainly no lack of publicity.
Oh, my buns.
The
Yeah,
Sun,
this is
in
not a
fact,
good chair.
claimed it to be the stuff of dreams, while Time magazine claimed it to be a calorific coma. And in this case, I'd say I agree with both assessments. But how do these pizzas actually taste? Well, I found a writer on The Guardian who described it like this. In their words, it was a hot sausage. It tasted rubbery, processed,
It was a hot
salty, and
sausage.
smoky. Smoky? As in like smoked meat? But anyway, the sauce had a decent balance of sharp and sweet. The cheese was ungreasy and smooth. From here, the writer felt conflicted about this pizza. How, in its own filthy way, could it be anything other than delicious? They had another piece, took the box away, then came back a minute later to have another piece. He then promptly threw the pizza away. And honestly, 1 to 2 slices would probably be all I'd allow myself too. Personally, I'm not one for decadence of this magnitude, but if that's your thing, that's cool. And for number 6...
Welcome to McDonald's. Gonna take your order. Yeah, I'd like to get a 10-piece McNugget.
I Are you putting a whole
sauce
clip
from
of
the
that?
90s that some people missed. They just added a touch of apple cider vinegar and some roasted sesame oil.
It's so
That's
good.
it. Apart from that, it was
So
just
good.
regular McNugget dipping sauce. Originally, this sauce had absolutely nothing to do with Rick and Morty. It was originally released back in 1998 as part of McDonald's promotion with Disney's movie Mulan. If you're a younger viewer, you might not know, but way back then, McDonald's had what was called Happy Meals that were aimed at children. These were a small box that had a cheeseburger, small fries,
They have to explain
and a
this
small
now?
drink, or nuggets.
Oh.
And they normally came with the most cheap, plasticky, garbage quality toys that have ever
They still
graced
have Happy
markets.
Meals, don't
But
they?
as childhood obesity concerns raised in the 2000s, Disney completely cut its ties with McDonald's. So in this case, we had the Mulan Happy Meal, which came with this slightly more hot and spicy dipping sauce. And I do mean slightly. The original Chinese Szechuan sauce actually uses garlic and chili peppers, but I can't imagine McDonald's ever using chili peppers in something aimed at children. Anyway, after seeing Rick reference the sauce in 2017, a lot of Rick and Morty fans were curious to try this sauce for themselves. In fact, so much interest was stirred that McDonald's decided to bring it back for a limited time. So, in July 2017, Justin Rowland, the creator of Rick and Morty, as well as both of the title characters, received this 4-pound bottle of Szechuan sauce from McDonald's, as well as this strange note attached. It basically told Justin that McDonald's had managed to find a dimension where it's perpetually 1998, and there they still had Szechuan sauce every day. So they brought him back some sauce. It would have been nice if the story ended there, but unfortunately, it took a darker turn. In October 2017, McDonald's decided to bring back the Szechuan sauce for a single day.
There was
as
riots.
well as a collectible poster for the event.
What could possibly go wrong?
But for some reason, they only gave about 17 packets of Szechuan sauce to select restaurants. I guess they thought they wouldn't be high demand. That marketing analyst is now fired. Scalpers ended up buying it all up and selling this stuff on eBay.
They're like $1,000 each. One of my friends has one.
Outrageously high, but sadly, one man even got stabbed in the middle of a long line to get one. Police were called out to one McDonald's where a crowd pushed themselves in, and sadly, very similar scenes broke out across the country of America, including fist fights and camping out overnight for the sauce.
I was wondering when they were going to do that scene.
And minority was a blow that the Rick and Morty fan community may never recover from. A guy cleaning out his car even found an original 1998 Szechuan sauce and sold it on eBay for $14,000. I wish I was kidding. Anyway, trying to play cleanup, McDonald's promised on Twitter that they would make 20 million cups of the sauce available as of February 2018. So hopefully,
But they just mass-produced
wanted
it.
to know what this sauce tasted like. It's done so. And if not, you can always try to make it yourself. Just add a little apple cider vinegar and sesame oil to your regular dipping sauce, and you got it.
I want that Mulan McNugget sauce, Morty.
That Mulan McNugget sauce.
Brain HQ is a brain training program with online
They mass-produced it and didn't put the original art back on
processing speed and
the sauce pack.
The McPizza. McPizza has a
There's only
legendary
one place that
place in
still serves
McDonald's lore. And to this day, I'm very surprised this one never
McPizza.
stayed on the menu. It was basically discontinued globally many years ago.
A meat extravaganza pizza, topped with pepperoni, seasoned beef.
Oh, John's just a kiss.
But it turns out there are still 3 McDonald's left in the entire world that still sell this 1989
There's only one in the US,
As a
right?
result, it's not actually that hard to find taste tests of the McPizza, so we can find out what it looks like and what it tastes like. There are many other people on YouTube who've done taste tests, including this nice fellow named Dub Zero. He went to LA, where they have the world's largest McDonald's. Many people travel far and wide on this pilgrimage to try this ancient pizza in LA. And by ancient, I mean created the same year as me. Yes, I'm old. This fellow traveled 781 kilometers to try this pizza. And that is dedication I can respect.
I live in Orlando. Orlando has the world's largest McDonald's. They have a lot of crazy things on the menu. I got the pizza today.
But just what
We'll
is
hang out
this
until
thing?
3:30.
How does it actually taste? Well, apparently it's a family-sized pizza. Back in the days of old, it was
So,
brought out
another
by
30
an
minutes.
employee to the table and put on a raised rack in the middle. Huh, that actually sounds really classy. It contains cheese, pepperoni, onions, mushroom green peppers, and sausage. They're the largest McDonald's in the world in LA. Lets you customize what you put on your pizza.
So as you said, as I said, I got pepperonis.
That's really good.
You see them, they're pretty big size pepperonis. I got crumbled sausage, what they called it, Italian sausage, and I got green pepper.
This was such an obvious menu choice for Macca's to go with. Why don't they possibly get rid of this? Well, apparently it was discontinued.
Do you have
in
a
the year
dabber stuck
2000
to your
because
throat, Marley?
pizza was
Is that
too
what you were
slow
trying
make.
to tell me?
It took a whole 11 minutes to cook. And people just can't wait that long. And apparently this was out of sync with McDonald's reputation of fast service. But in reality, given sometimes I've gone to McDonald's to wait 20 minutes for a freaking soft serve, I don't think it'd be bad out of the reputation of them. I just don't think many people who want a pizza would care if they have to wait 11 minutes for a pizza. I mean, this is the most renowned discontinued fast food I know of. Can you honestly imagine them losing sales on a McPizza? But maybe it has more to do with the other reason it was discontinued. It was ridiculously expensive.
Why are you making
Apparently it was
noises
about
at me?
$6 to $9 in 1989, which equals about $12 to $18 today. And for a mediocre pizza, that's a lot of scratch. Particularly when we got Pizza Hut nearby serving up pizza for a much cheaper price. I mean, even today, my local Pizza Hut can sell a large traditional pan pizza for $7, and in US dollars, that's like $4 to $5. There was just too much competition for decent pizza, so the McPizza eventually just got discontinued, except in like 3 branches in the world. Number 4, the McSpaghetti. I want McSpaghetti. No wonder it failed. I can't even say the name right.
McSpaghetti.
There. The McSpaghetti is really
That's why it
old.
failed,
And if
because they should have called it the McSpaghetti.
The McDonald's spag was made up of pasta, marinara, meatballs, and cheese topping. It was originally introduced in the 1970s, but discontinued in the 1980s. Apparently, Macca's wanted to push Italian food in an attempt to give more variety to its dinner menu. But the McSpag flopped hard because when people entered McDonald's, they expected
a box full of sauce.
fries. Italian items like pizza and pasta just didn't seem to mesh with their brand. So the McSpag was discontinued everywhere, except for 2 locations, Orlando, Florida, and the Philippines. In fact, in the Philippines, it's considered a staple menu item. So if you do ever want to try it yourself, it might make a nice little treat if you ever do a little tourist visit to Florida or the Philippines. If you'd like an idea of what this strange Macca's item tastes like, well, I got the opinion of a few different people. One reporter said it was overly sweet, which is okay, but the meat could have benefited from more salty seasoning. But apparently, the noodles texture was of perfect softness, just right.
Remember SpaghettiOs? This is like eating SpaghettiOs. Exactly like that.
While in the USA, the McSpag might just stay a novelty menu item. In the Philippines, McDonald's is just catering to the Filipino taste. Many Filipino diets focus on meat with sweet seasoning. And while I personally think there's nothing like a good dish of meaty pasta, unfortunately there's not many vegetables on those plates. Hopefully as our technology improves, good taste and nutrition might be able to improve as well. Anyway, number 3. The Burger King Cinni-Minis. Back in the simpler days of the 90s, warm gooey bites of sugary cinnamon icing were just what the doctor ordered, right before he was kicked out of medical school. So Burger King decided to bring us the Cinni-Minis. These little treats were advertised as the best part of a cinnamon roll, the middle, in every bite. But I guess they didn't do too well because Burger King soon discontinued them. And it makes sense, I guess. People don't necessarily come to Burger King for the bakery or the buns, they come there for the meat. But many people were distraught to see Burger King discontinue them. In fact, some people even started a change.org petition to bring back the Cinni-Minis. I guess it was just that great an injustice upon the world to lose them. But you know, it might well have worked. Because in 2018, come 20 years later, Burger King was like, you know what? Fine, you can have them back. They even released a series of bizarre, gibberish tweets before finally stating that the Cinni-Minis had returned. Apparently they weren't drunk, they just had icing on their fingers. In case you're wondering about the taste, I don't think it was too far off the last cinnamon roll you had. Assuming you're a bakery person anyway. Well, I'm not really myself. It's been described as a super sweet blend of cinnamon flavoring and lots of brown sugar. In case you're wondering what brown sugar tastes like, it's like regular white sugar, only it has a bit more moisture to it and a bit more of a caramelly flavor to it. Anyway.
It's a good dessert, something you could eat on the go. It's not too messy. Tastes pretty good.
But obviously the market hadn't changed that much. People still didn't want bakery items out of Burger King because the return of Cinni-Minis only lasted about a year. So as of today, I don't know of any way you can find the Cinni-Mini. unless you bake them at home, which admittedly, some people do. To me anyway, Kate Wood's recipe of these
Do people outside of America not make
make
cinnamon rolls?
So,
at home?
curious, maybe pull your baking tray out and try the recipe yourself. And coming in at number 2, the McLobster. Apparently,
Boy.
for some people, they just found it weird to go to McDonald's to buy lobster. What on earth is wrong with them? The McLobster was originally a $6 sandwich consisting of lobster meat with a special sauce.
Was it actual
and a
lobster
hot dog
meat?
bun. The sandwich arrived in 1993 after the tremendous success of the Filet-O-Fish. But somehow,
I fucking love the
idea of
Filet-O-Fish.
Shellfish at the Golden
Filet-O-Fish
Arches
is
just
my
never took hold.
shit.
That being said, once again, this fast food is not yet completely extinct. Although most countries don't sell it, it's on a small pocket full of menus in New England and Canada in the summer, since that's the time of lobster catching season. One of the biggest problems for keeping the McLobster on the menu was simply the supply chain, and that makes sense. It's lobster. Normally, it's really sought after and expensive. Supposedly, McDonald's claims that it's 100% Atlantic lobster, and at $6.75 US, that's not bad for a lobster sandwich. But the McLobster just never grabbed people's attention. I think this is once again a case of people having a certain expectation of what they're going to get when they come to McDonald's. It may be a delicacy in Canada and New England, but in all the other places, it just didn't fit as a menu item next to burgers and fries.
Wait, that tiny little thing? Ow.
Almost everyone.
And before we get to number 1, here's a couple of quick fun honorable mentions. But Canada and
That's how big they actually are?
but in all the
For
other
$7?
places, it just didn't fit as a menu item next to
Gotta be
burgers
gone
and
in 2
fries.
bites.
This is one sandwich that's bound to please
Look how tiny that is, yeah.
Well,
That's tiny.
And before we get to number 1,
I thought it was like an actual hot dog bun.
Mentions the Taco Bell Cheeserito.
Oh,
is it a tortilla,
man,
or is
yeah.
it a cheese pizza wrapped in on itself? We've got cheese, rice, more cheese, scallions, and I believe is a
the
Mexican
rice, the
pizza
green, the
sauce.
scallion
Nestled
rice
in a
was the
soft
best thing.
tortilla
The green onion
with
rice
somehow
was
more
what
cheese.
made that
For
so
nearly
good.
40 years, the Cheeserito has been discontinued, but ever since its removal, it was often made by special request as a secret menu item. However, as of 2020, Mexican pizza sauce was also discontinued, so sadly, now it can't even be ordered as a secret menu item. The Burger King Cheesy Tots. I'm sorry to get gross, but to me this thing looks like someone glued chunks, put batter over it, and then deep fry it. But hey, I guess anything looks better
Well,
than
is it deep fried mac and
In
cheese?
reality, apparently this is melted cheesy potato bites, covered in a breadcrumb coating. But back in 2009, they were discontinued, so maybe they
I remember
weren't too
those too, those were
popular.
actually
But
really good.
recently, they were reintroduced at select
Oh, hi,
locations,
Lucy.
so this one's an honorable mention. So, although they're not
Hello.
my thing, if cheesy bites are your thing, well, now you have an option.
Are they good?
What?
And can you explain the gap in the rice? Thanks for sharing.
Now you can see it, right? Yeah, look.
Or thousands of fair chance improvements.
You just can't be great. That's why.
Good night, Arctic. I appreciate you being here. We won't be on too much longer.
Yeah.
Can I have one?
The McRib. This one's periodically
fucking
sold
McRib.
on and off, so I don't consider it completely discontinued. But the McRib was actually one of the most requested items for me to talk about. In places like USA, it's sold on and
Oh,
off like a
stinky
jumping
baby,
jack, except in
stinky,
Germany,
stinky,
where apparently it's a
baby,
permanent
baby.
menu item. But either
So
way,
stinky.
just what is inside this famous McRib? The title sounds pretty epic, but apparently it's just a barbecue-flavored pork sandwich.
Yeah,
It was
a couple of
originally
times when they
released in
re-released it, they used to be
1981,
really, really
but
gross
McRib just didn't
textures.
sell in the
I used to like them, and then I
so
had
it was
one
banished from the menu
when they
in
re-released, and it was
1985.
gross.
Ironically, despite the name McRib, it's actually a ribless, boneless, restructured piece of pork. But it's been shaped like a miniature pack of ribs. But honestly, that makes sense to me. Who wants to bite into a burger and get a mouthful of bones?
It was
Apparently
gross
nowadays,
one time when it got
even if the
re-released,
McRib
but
had
it's really good,
bones,
honestly.
There's a deeper reason why it's not available. It actually has a lot more to do with the fluctuating price of pork, as well as the unreliability of the supply chains of pork. I guess when fast food wants reliability, they go cow and chicken. So, Pepper,
Cow
I guess
chicken.
today is your lucky day. You get to annoy parents for another year. Anyway, on to number 1. And for number 1, The Wendy's T-Rex burger.
What?
9 patties. 9 patties.
Why?
My jaw dropped when I first saw this.
Why not just 6?
This strange burger.
Was there already a
originates
6
back
patty
many,
burger?
Many years ago. Possibly to when the very first Wendy's was opened in Canada. Since then, it's been a secret menu item for generations. It's a gargantuan 9-patty cheeseburger that one Wendy's would sell in Brandon, Canada. But once this secret menu item went viral, well, the cat was out of the bag. For many years, the T-Rex had been a local secret. But eventually, someone posted this thing on Reddit. And with the secret now known to the internet, the Wendy's company had to step in. According to a Wendy's spokesperson, for obvious reasons, Wendy's neither condones nor promotes the idea of anyone consuming a 9-patty hamburger in one sitting. But as you can probably guess, that did not stop people. Now many people just buy 3 triple cheeseburgers at Wendy's and make their own. And to quote 3 of the brave adventurers who attempted to recreate this beast, you realize just what happened, right? The T-Rex went extinct, and we recreated it in our lab. We are Jurassic Park. I think it's technically the T-Rex. It's going to be much easier for science to clone me now that my DNA is morbidly obese. End quote. Interestingly, this is the only case I know where publicity destroyed a fast food menu item. Originally, due to its secrecy, the T-Rex burger had complete corporate oversight, but it was when the burger went viral that it had to disappear and never be seen again. You know, unless you make it yourself. And while I certainly wouldn't try it myself, many people on the internet have already tried this 9-patty burger themselves.
Well, you guys been wanting to do this, so this is the day I'm finally doing the T-Rex burger.
And it has made some fun YouTube material. Good fun, but I can't promote it myself. This thing has like 3,660 calories. That's like 14,000 kilograms.
Got 20 minutes left in the stream. Oh, Lucy, goddamn. You cannot sit there, girl.
Either way, the 9-patty T-Rex burger is one sight to behold.
That is not where you should sit, dog.
On this journey through fast food.
Literally right behind me.
This video was my first biggest
Oh man, that was almost very bad. I hurt my big toe. The only thing that saved me was my big
Just let me
toe.
know in the comments, or a like is always appreciated too. But either way,
Alright, it's fine if you sit there, baby. You just gotta fucking.
I might see you next time.
I can't sit literally right behind me. You're fine there, but she had her foot literally right here. I stepped over onto it and went, huh? I was about to be like, Marley, catch me.
Howdy. You know, there was
10
a
worst
golden age for
cereal
breakfast
failures.
cereals, and it was between the 80s and the 2000s. And during
Oh,
the
yeah, I'm
early
good.
days,
That was
a lot
almost
of
bad.
Cereals fell into a
Almost
special
not
breakfast
good.
menu. You cannot possibly be considering eating that menu of breakfast, where we were mostly served sugary sugar bombs laced in chocolate sugar, with strange human-like characters on the box, often egging us on to eat the cereal. But which of these cereals failed the worst? Sometimes these cereals were just
You try
stupid
a battery
ideas or
that is
passing
definitely
fads.
all the way
Well, not enough
charged.
90s kids were willing to ingest them. So let's check out the 10 worst cereal failures. But for this video, I'd like to invite on a true expert of breakfast cereals. And here he is, the true cereal expert.
What are you talking about, Striker? Since when am I an expert on cereal?
Well, Critic, you recently covered cereal in your video Top 10
Yeah,
Cereal
this
Mascots.
lags every now and then. I just gotta go slow with it.
13 years ago, when there was like 5 cereals in the world.
Right. Want to help? But anyway.
Hell yeah! Let's take a look at some weird-ass cereals.
Yeah, onto the countdown.
What?
No.
Lots of fruity marshmallow shit?
Well, at least they're honest about the quality of their product. Onto the countdown.
That's hilarious.
Huh? Why number 11?
Because I like to go one step. Oh, get away from that.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Banana Frosted Flakes.
What?
Personally,
That sounds
I'm not
good.
a big fan of Frosties, as the sugar coating never felt great on my teeth, but it's certainly got a few fans. What's up, Critic?
Oh, nothing. Frosted Flakes have gotten more than a few fans here in the U.S. In 2017, Frosted Flakes was the second best-selling cereal, beaten only by Honey Nut Cheerios.
Here in Australia, we
I don't really like
Frosties.
either of them.
But the sad part is, this failure was the first time Frosties was trying to be a bit healthier. Banana Frosties actually felt
They call
more
them
like a
Frosties?
sports cereal. Rather than these Frosties just being a combination of sugar-coated corn, Banana Frosties had actual
Banana
bits
Frosties?
in them. And bananas are a fantastic
Bananas.
sports snack. They're among my favorite snacks during a tough marathon. Sure, eating a whole banana would be way better, but at least they're introducing people to fruit in their breakfast.
So why these healthy-ish Frosties?
I'm gonna look at some.
While my research couldn't find the exact reason,
Mouses
I could see one big issue
on
right off the bat,
Amazon.
and it shambled on the screen in this commercial.
Wireless mouse.
Jesus. Since when did Tony the Tiger turn into 5
They got an
Nights at
LGBT
Freddy's?
fucking mouse as well.
But while I'm sure this monstrosity didn't help matters, in general, consumers just didn't seem to be that interested in the idea of banana bits in their cereal.
How'd it taste, anyway?
Well, Marvo from Impulsive Buy tried them way back in the 80s, and he said they had a
These are
strong
cheap.
fruity flavor with crunchy banana chips. But honestly,
Cheaper than I thought.
reckon it'd taste much better if they added in real banana. So if you want to try banana Frosties for yourself, I recommend just getting a real banana and cutting it into your Frosties. You can even just cut them up with your fingers. Bananas are the best. Oh, come on, critic. What is it? Tell me.
Strider, why are you holding a banana?
You know, no one's ever bothered to ask me before. I don't know. I like bananas. They're the best. Yeah.
Go to the next one.
Long distance wireless mouse.
Cupcake Pebbles.
Oh, they do have long range one.
Sweetened rice cereal with artificial flavor. That's literally what it says on the box. Barney has been stealing Fred's Pebbles for longer than most of us have been alive.
Barney, my Pebbles!
They have one that's Bluetooth and USB.
In fact, the duo's antics are so well known, they've even been parodied by some people. Like this guy here.
You have a problem, Bob. You have a real serious problem. And it needs to be addressed.
Numbers move you, but some can stop you in your tracks. Like the tens of thousands of people who were diagnosed with certain HPV-related cancers. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain...
Heck, look at those big teeth and hideous sideburns.
I like it, but in regards to the Pebbles, it looks like Fred and Barney aren't even touching this one. It looks like only their kids' Pebbles.
Why
and
is this
M&Ms
mouse so
cereal.
expensive?
Oh God, could it be? After all these years, Barney is finally over his cereal addiction?
You're right. This might be a big
Lightweight
breakthrough
gaming
for them,
mouse?
because it looks like
Ooh.
they're turning the Pebbles legacy over to their kids. Well, at least they were, because ironically, having Pebbles on the box didn't go down well in marketing.
Really? They do know her name's on the box. Do people really not want to buy Pebbles when they actually showed Pebbles? It seems like a double standard.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds silly, but it kind of makes sense. Nowadays, I think Pebbles cereal mostly appeals to nostalgic adults.
there's some pretty
the
good...
Flintstones cartoon really doesn't capture kids today like it did 50 years ago. They probably want to see the two main characters they grew
Pretty
up
good
with.
fucking
Fred and Barney.
mouses on here.
You might be right. While cartoons like Tom and Jerry have stayed timeless and appeal to kids even today, Flintstones had a harder time transitioning through the generations. Looks like a very sweet version of the cereal. How does it taste?
Well, despite the sickeningly sweet box art, it apparently tasted okay. If still very, very sweet, like it's 40% sugar, which is always good. Mr. Breakfast said it tasted remarkably similar to vanilla cupcake.
Hey, Mr.
He defined
Breakfast?
the taste as yellow frosted vanilla batter cupcake. However, despite Cupcake Pebbles failing, this company was determined to shove a cake into their new Pebbles spin-off. And in 2021, to mark Pebbles' 50th anniversary, they came back with birthday cake Pebbles. This time with Fred and Barney returning to their roles on the box. And so far, it seems to have been much better received than Cupcake Pebbles. Personally though, I feel the need to run 21 kilometers just from eating all of this
There's
stuff.
some mouse
So I'll probably
options for
skip it.
like...
I think I'll stick with my favorite, Weetabix.
Oh, weird.
And for number 9,
Oh, you
Sour
fucker.
Patch Kids cereal. As we'll discover with many of these, there was no official announcement that this cereal was discontinued at all. It just disappeared suddenly off the face of the earth. But as of this video anyway, I could not find any website on the internet where Sour Patch Kids cereal was not indefinitely out of stock.
How did this get
Even
so
on
tangled
Amazon
up?
was unavailable. That website has about everything. In fact, even back in 2019, when it only just came
Ah,
out,
there's
a
a
YouTuber called
fucking stuck in my hair,
really
goddamn.
hard to find any Sour Patch Kids cereal in shops.
I can't find it. You don't know about it?
But why were these rainbow diabetes pellets discontinued?
Rainbow
well, in all the
diabetes
reviews of
pellets.
the cereal, there was one thing I consistently noticed, and that was it was considered a novelty cereal. The kind of cereal that might get social media attention for a month, but no one wants to eat it on a regular basis.
Possibly because they want to live past 40. Have you seen the sugar in this thing?
Yeah, it's about 40% straight sugar. And the comments from BuzzFeed taste testers echoed a similar sentiment.
It tastes like straight candy when you eat it.
I think when someone gets up at 6 in the morning and is already trying to avoid feeling queasy,
Yeah, they've
this
got
bright box
a
of
75
sugar-covered
option,
power drops
a
is
90
probably
option,
the
and like
last
$125
Sure,
option
it
for
might
the
be
different
for
mouses.
kids, but how many American parents would honestly want to buy their kid a breakfast based on a sugar-covered candy?
Regardless, who wants to turn their milk sour anyway?
I'll try it.
That's what happens when milk
Sour
goes
milk.
bad, doesn't it? It goes sour and gross.
I agree, and Gabe from Cereal Time seemed to think so too.
11 minutes left in our stream, y'all.
Sour milk.
I'll keep looking at mice.
Yeah, no.
Mice's.
Did they actually taste like Sour Patch Kids?
After.
Well, amazingly, many taste testers said they did. Cereal Time said the taste was very similar to Sour Patch Kids, except crunchy. He described it as similar in taste to Trick cereal, but with more of a sour punch. In fact, he said he could already smell the sourness just from pouring a bowl. Overall, most taste testers seem to either hate it or just think it was meh. So I guess a Sour Patch cereal was
Where's my
destined to be
claw
nothing
grabber?
more than a novelty fad. And for number 8, the SpongeBob cereal. Oh, spongy.
Okay, I get the feeling this is more your department now, SpongeBob. Nothing against SpongeBob, I'm just no expert. I don't really cover it much on my own channel.
Well, that's okay. I know Spongy like the back of my hand. Again, there's no exact reason for SpongeBob cereal being discontinued, but so far it's gone off the market 3 times. Once again, I thoroughly checked online and couldn't find any trace of the cereal anywhere. I even checked with my community on Discord and we couldn't find it on shelves in Canada, England, or Australia. Hey Critic, have you seen this on shelves in America?
SpongeBob cereal? I think we had it on the shelf in 2004, but that was a long time ago. I personally haven't seen it in recent years.
Well, that's probably discontinued in USA as well. It puzzled me though. I was like, how could this disappear? To me anyway, it actually looks pretty tasty. Apparently, my hearties, it was vanilla flavored cereal with nautical marshmallows. They came in SpongeBob, Patrick, and pineapple.
And these are the marshmallows look like. You got SpongeBob, the pineapple, and Patrick.
I'm sure it's very unhealthy, and I'd only eat it as a novelty, but boy, I want to try it. I just couldn't believe this one would fail. Not only that, but it would be discontinued 3 times from 2004, 2014, and 2020, whenever a new SpongeBob movie was released. They just couldn't seem to keep it on shelves, but why? The SpongeBob cereal got relatively good reviews, and it has one of the most popular cartoons of all time on the box. But they can only seem to stay afloat for a short time during the movie's releases. As always though, Spongy got me researching, and I discovered something that shocked me. Cereal is actually a dying industry. Vox recently reported that cereal sales have dipped significantly in the last 15 years. While many baby boomers like cereal, it's not always the first
I don't
choice
eat
of
it anymore.
breakfast for the newer generations.
Mostly because of the milk.
Makes sense given some of the things I've heard people say while I was researching this list.
No, milk creeps me out sometimes. It's like,
Yep.
what I don't eat.
Though there has been a resurgence post-2020 as many people have understandably craved nostalgia and simpler times. And I definitely get that.
I don't like milk anymore. It freaks me out. I used to drink it every day.
There weren't many, but yeah. Stefan tried the 2020 cereal over on his channel. He said they were like frosted Lucky Charms.
Vanilla pieces of they're actually frosted.
I think they'd all taste about the same because all 3 versions were made with basically the same ingredients. Mr. Acrizzi tried it too, and he also reported they tasted very similar to Lucky Charms.
Like I said, it does taste good. Just like Lucky Charms.
But honestly, both Stefan and Mr. Acrizzi reported liking the taste. Unlike, say, Sour Patch Kids cereal, it didn't sound like the sweetness overpowered the palate, and the vanilla flavor blended well with the milk. I'm a big spongy fan, so personally, I would love to try these cereals. My personal breakfast remains Wheat Bix or Weetabix with brown sugar and applesauce, but I still would have liked to try this one as a treat. Number 7. Nerd cereal.
Kidding me? Is it nerd cereal?
Oh, it was a thing, alright. Jeebus, I thought cupcake petals were just a bowl of sugar. I swear, at this point it's not like they're
Really
even trying
crunchy?
to pretend it's real food. It's basically just a bigger box of the candy, divided into 2 flavors, much like the original Candy Nerds. But we certainly didn't get to see this one stay on shelves for long, and nowadays even the original Nerds candy is struggling to stay afloat. Nerds' popularity has waned over the years, and nowadays you can only buy them in a select few flavors. Here in Australia, we can only buy them in specialty stores, mostly online. Not that I originally ate them much, but you get my point. And the cereal got a wide berth from consumers too. And really, who can blame them? Even as a kid, I'd much rather the idea of Cocoa Puffs, say, to a super sweet bowl of Nerd cereal any day. Nerd candy and cereal, it just sounds kind of gross. Also, does anyone else think maybe
6 minutes left on our
it's a bad
stream.
idea to have a pink or red cereal? Because it might turn your milk red and give the impression of, I don't know, blood?
No, give me that red
The
mouth.
Twilight craze.
No, yeah. Might have done well in the Twilight craze. What's next? And for number 6, Pop-Tarts Crunch. Ooh, the Pop-Tart. How could this incredible mass of refined flour and corn syrup not have a cereal?
Well, we can only hope.
Well, too bad, it does. Kellogg's goal was quite simple with the Pop-Tarts Crunch. Take a Pop-Tart, dice it into miniatures, put it in a box and market it to kids.
Sounds really good.
You got a
Was
cereal
there-
made completely
was
of
there-
these
yeah, there's
Pop-Tarts.
filling on the inside, too.
It
That
contains
looks dank as
straws
fuck.
and brown sugar flavors. Though Kellogg's has actually had quite a few Pop-Tart snacks.
That sounds
that
really
simply
good,
never took
actually.
off. But the Pop-Tarts Crunch was definitely among their bigger failures. Why though?
Well, their marketing certainly didn't help. Just check out this melodious masterpiece here.
This is called Pop-Tart Toad. I thought Pop-Tarts was really cool, but you put them in a bowl, it wouldn't fit. Well, Kellogg's made a cereal called Pop-Tart Crunch. They're crunchy, and you can pour them down.
Yeah, were you not supposed to like the cereal?
Okay, I'm not a professional judge of musical talent, but maybe you could have had one lesson before the commercial.
Oh, look,
No
our
offense to the guy, but I'd share
live
my
timer
first
is
lesson if it meant
correct
never
this
hearing
time.
that
I think it
tonal
reset
beat
after
assault
4
ever
hours.
again. But anyway,
I think our live timer reset after 4 hours.
Was discontinued completely. If I were to speculate on the reason, though, I think half the appeal of Pop-Tarts is that they're hot and toasted. To me, anyway, cold Pop-Tarts drenched in milk just isn't an attractive concept.
Oh, Cal.
So I go cold and soggy Pop-Tarts Crunch when they could instead
What time is it,
have
3:30?
regular Pop-Tarts.
I take that back. We'll hang out another 35
But
minutes.
Despite the bad rap, Pop-Tarts Crunch tried reappearing in 2019.
I just can't hang out longer than that, because if we hang out longer than 4, I'll end up wanting to hang out until 4:20, and then if it's 4:20, I'll be like, all right, might as well hang out till 4:30, and then sometimes we end up being here till 5, which we will end up doing a lot. We'll do that a lot more here in the near future, but I'm still not very set up here wise. I still got lots to move around, lots of house chores to do.
By looking them up, once again,
So another
I don't
30
love finding
34
any
minutes in the
whatsoever.
stream.
So I think the new version was discontinued as well. But honestly, with all the high fructose
Praise the
losing them
good.
is a great loss to society. Or your dentist. Number 5. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal.
Really?
Oh, hell yeah. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The most 90s thing the 90s ever 90s. And it came out right around the time of the first movie.
Yep, and as Cereal Time pointed out, they even started packing collector cards into the box with scenes from the movie.
So what kind of radical, awesome, cowabunga cereal is this?
Actually, it's Chex cereal.
It was just Chex. Bro, fucking
It's just
Ninja Turtles cereal with marshmallow ninjas in there, with marshmallow weapons. That would have been amazing.
Chex cereal with some marshmallows.
Oh, it had marshmallows in it too.
Yeah, they call them crunchy ninja nets.
Crunchy Ninja Neck with Ninja Marshmallow.
But it was
Not a
basically
single
just
Ninja
Chex
Turtle
with
used
turtles
the
in the
net.
box. On the plus side, though, the Ninja Turtles marshmallows did leave the milk green because, you know, back in the 90s, green milk was attractive
You left
to
your mouth
us.
green? Hell yeah.
I can guess why this one was discontinued. All of us were obsessed with Ninja Turtles in the 90s, but their popularity waned by the 2000s.
Precisely. And as you pointed out years back in nostalgic commercials, anything with TMNT on the front would sell. But even with a fantastic 2012 version of the show, these turtles just don't bring in the merchandise like they once did. Seriously, I wish I grew up with this 2012 version. It's amazing.
Ah, well, at the time, we loved it. Purely because they were Ninja Turtles.
Number 4. Dunkin' Donuts cereal. Donut Coffee Flakes. According to sources, Dunkin' coffee was infused into the cereal. When combined, this created Dunkin' Mocha, Caramel, and Macchiato cereal.
The idea apparently...
Mocha? Did he just say that? Mocha?
And Dunkin' Donuts said, why don't we turn our coffee into a cereal? That's possible, right?
The caffeine was kept relatively low, though. 10 milligrams. You'd probably
There's
find
caffeine in the cereal?
Dunkin' said this was so all can indulge in the rich, coffee-forward experience. It was basically just crunchy spears and marshmallows with some coffee concentrate.
That actually sounds really good.
Donut coffee flavor.
I like the taste of coffee in general. I like chocolate-covered coffee beans.
He called it a pretty decent bowl of refined grains and sugar, which honestly isn't the most flattering description, but he did go on to say the coffee's smell and taste was pretty strong.
No caramel flavor at all. Really is more of a coffee-flavored cereal, which isn't bad.
But he did strain to taste any caramel or mocha in each bite. He summarized it as coffee-flavored Cocoa Puffs.
They're like a coffee-flavored Cocoa Puff.
Doesn't sound so bad. Why did it disappear then?
Well, I think it was the concept that put people off. I think some people thought mixing coffee and cereal together was a kind of gross concept.
Yeah, not gonna lie, just hearing about a coffee cereal makes me want to brush my teeth.
Yeah, and as of 2022, couldn't find it for sale anywhere. Only the Dunkin' Donuts cereal website seemed to be willing to sell me any. So I guess humankind will have to keep their cereal and their coffees separate. Unless, you know, like you pour your coffee in your cereal. Though, personally, I don't think that's the greatest loss to society. Ah, well, what's next? And for our third choice, Pac-Man cereal. Man, that 80s style of marketing was so memorable. Every kid dressed like they were entering the vacuum of space, and their answers looked like sieges. But what were they advertising? Well, apparently back in the 80s, Pac-Man was popular enough that he warranted being turned into a cereal. So we basically got crunchy, sweetened corn puffs and marshmallows shaped like Pac-Man. Plus, of course, all the shapes of his ghostly pursuers. The Pac-Man cereal was heavily marketed. They even had animated commercials at the time.
Morning, kids. It's a Pac-Man day with my crispy corn cereal coming your way.
Am I really out of propane? We have another tank, but...
marshmallows in them.
Are we really out of propane? No, we're not. Okay, just kidding.
But apparently, back in the day, the Pac-Man cereal was on shelves for at least a year. Apparently, we even got the Miss Pac-Man cereal spin-off. There were even fun prize giveaways on the box. Like the Pac-Man cereal came with an offer for a Game & Watch. But by 1985, reports say the cereal was discontinued.
Well, it's not that surprising. The Pac-Man craze was big in the 80s, but it was exactly that, a craze. And crazes are often short-lived.
Yeah, but I do like to think a good cereal can stand on not just brand recognition, but taste and nutrition. But I'm probably dreaming a bit too big when I want a Pac-Man cereal to have anything beyond brand recognition. Unfortunately, this one's been gone for nearly 40 years now, so taste tests are limited. But amazingly, Gabe from Cereal Time has some, and I'm starting to suspect this guy has a time machine.
So what do you say about the taste?
He claimed that they tasted good, but funnily enough, when you keep a cereal box in storage for 40 years, the cereal starts to shrivel up a bit. And that's exactly what happened here.
Now, two of those marshmallows, you can see they're really shriveled up compared to the apple color.
But he claimed that back in the day, this was his absolute favorite tasting video game cereal. And that's actually pretty high praise. The reviews from Mr. Breakfast weren't bad either. He said it tasted like an extra sugary version of Kix with marshmallows added.
Pac-Man's a pretty old game, so I can't see this cereal ever making a comeback. But with that being said, the internet has surprised me before, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, who knows what will happen in the future. Number 2. You know, there have been some silly cereals over the years, but few felt more silly than the Nintendo Cereal System. Why is it called Nintendo Cereal System? What do these funny-shaped styrofoam pieces have to do with anything Nintendo?
Nintendo, now you're playing with power. Portable power.
Apparently the cereal was made by Ralston, the same company that made the Ninja Turtles cereal. And you can see all the innovation of that cereal in this one, which isn't much beyond the colourful box, honestly. Hey Crick, I remember back in the day, you mentioned in nostalgic commercials you tried these ones. What did you think of them?
Honestly, it was so long ago, I don't remember the taste that well. I also remember how annoying it was just to try and pour the cereal.
I wonder if that frustration was part of what dropped sales. If you have a cereal that notoriously causes messes in households, that's a
appreciate you being here.
And at the end of 1991, well, this cereal worked last bowl.
On top of this Nintendo cereal, there was also Donkey Kong cereal. I mean, at one point, they even released Donkey Kong Jr. cereal, because apparently that was something we needed. In the bag, we got Mario, and apparently that is meant to be Bowser, and this thing is meant to be shaped like a Goomba.
I sadly can't remember the taste too much. What other people's?
Well, luckily we have brave taste testers like John Riggs. But since he's opening a box of 1988 cereal, he's probably not going to get the most accurate taste of flavour, because, you know, he is eating a 34-year-old box of cereal. He's a brave man, we wish him luck. Apparently, the original bags with Mario and Zelda were meant to taste fruity and berry flavoured, but he mostly said it tasted like dehydrated cat food.
Yes, it's dehydrated. Yes, it's, has a kind of dried absinthe flavor to it.
Which, to be fair, might be the original flavour they were going for. Dehydrated cat food. Maybe in 1988 it tasted like cat food. In amongst his coughing and spluttering from bravely attempting to eat it, he said it had a blast and aftershock that seeped into his soul.
It is not a flavor found in nature. I'm not sure what it is. If I can describe it at all, it tasted like...
Well, that's always a good response. Even in 1989, he said it tasted terrible then as well.
It sounds like a lot of kids bought it once, then realized it tasted bad and didn't buy it again. And yeah, the stupid packaging did help.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a case of kids loving it, in spite of the taste. We bought it because we were big Zelda and Mario fans. But if you want a cereal to last, well, you gotta make it taste good as well. And for number one, Nickelodeon Green Slime. Jeebus, at some point this actually existed. They thought people or someone would want to eat the flakes of this green snot stuff. Where do I even begin with this thing?
Nickelodeon slime cereal. It's actually kind of a good idea.
Apparently this started with General Mills, the company behind Cocoa Puffs, Cheerios, Trix, and many others. They apparently partnered with Nickelodeon for 2003 Kids' Choice Awards to create green slime cereal.
Good idea.
Slime-coloured and
really good idea,
corn
honestly.
puffs. The crazy part is I'm feeling slightly nauseous just explaining this to you. But slime has been all the rage on Nickelodeon ever since 1979, when it began on You Can't Do That on Television. Back then, they discovered the sliming of kids was a big hit. Apparently many kids at home watching were jealous of kids on the show. But apparently when they saw these
Oh my
kids
god, I remember when
slimed,
fucking Katy Perry got slimed like that.
Better about not being on the
High
show.
power slime
Good
to the
know
face.
Slime started with good old Schadenfreude.
You didn't need to ask why this was discontinued. You're eating green slime for breakfast.
I know. I mean, how many mucus-colored cereals that look like the insides of someone's nose can you actually think of? You don't see that many green cereals down the aisle. Now, maybe I'm mistaken, but it's hard to imagine anyone above the age of 9 actually wanting to touch this stuff, yet alone a parent wanting to buy it for them, eating crunchy green-colored slime balls. Ugh.
Taste? I'm just assuming this is one of the worst tasting cereals ever. Again, it's green slime.
Well, shockingly, some kids actually reported that it tasted pretty good.
What?
Despite being shaped and coloured like the contents of someone's handkerchief. Apparently, the green corn puffs mixed with the orange Nickelodeon marshmallows gave a balanced, sweet, fruity flavour. Many kids also liked the fact that it turned their tongues green. But let's try and get an adult's reaction. How about someone who grew up on the product?
So I guess I'll give it a try.
Once again, we can count on the mysterious time machine of Gabe from Serial Time, who bravely went back in time to try these for himself. And I think his facial expression speaks for itself. His face looks like he's about to vomit, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say these probably didn't taste good.
Aerox 9 plus
ironically,
keyboard.
the original
No,
green
don't want
slime
that.
probably tasted a lot better than this, as Nickelodeon's green slime is simply a mix of vanilla pudding, applesauce, green food coloring, and a little oatmeal. So it's completely harmless and actually sounds like a pretty tasty combination. Though probably a little less pleasant when it's dumped all over your face. But in my opinion, green slime was the worst idea for a cereal ever. And I can't see it ever making a comeback. Let's hope the internet doesn't prove me
Yeah, I think I found the mouse
Thank
pretty
you
good.
for joining me on this journey through the bizarre and silly of breakfast cereals. And thank you to Gabe from Serial Time, whose video reviews gave me a better understanding of these cereals, their history, and how they tasted, as well as the website Mr. Breakfast. And thank you, Critic. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thanks for making these videos more fun.
Glad to help, Strider. I'm a nostalgia critic guy, remember? So you don't have to. It's another kid.
Oh, and it's got, yeah, this one has Bluetooth as well as the,
And to you, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Oh wait, is this only Bluetooth, or do you plug this one in too? I think this might be only Bluetooth. Oh no, it's got a dongle. It's got a wireless transmission dongle. Top 10 banned or controversial junk food.
Found just about everywhere. It can even be found in our candy and soda. These controversies can be due to many factors, whether it be potentially dangerous ingredients or even insensitive cultural stereotyping. Sometimes this can even lead to these food or drinks being banned completely. And it is my pleasure to get to discuss these contentious candy and drinks with you today. So let's check out what I consider the 10 controversial or banned junk foods. And just a heads up, we will be discussing in this video some heavy subjects that might be uncomfortable to some viewers, such as the discussion of derogatory depictions of different races. But as always, I'll try my best to discuss these topics with respect and care. And if you'd like to comment, thank you in advance for being respectful of other people and cultures.
Yeah, this one has Bluetooth and a plug.
Later on, I'll talk a bit about my pleasant experience with them. But for now, on to the countdown. And starting with number 10, Haribo sugar-free gummy bears.
It's got, oh, you can use it while charging too, so you can plug it in too.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Many taste testers of these gummy bears reported nothing short of gastrointestinal Armageddon. The YouTuber Colin tasted them and reported it felt like the gummy bears were playing Tetris in his stomach and lining up for an all-out assault. And wouldn't you know it, come 2:46 a.m., he wasn't looking too chirpy. Even today, Haribo gummy bears are a very well-known candy icon.
Ooh, yeah, you can change the lights on it too.
Very high in sugar. And if you're anything like me, you try and watch your sugar intake a bit. So when I first heard these sugar-free gummy bears were released, I thought, wow, finally, people can eat these candy and not have to worry about their waistlines so much. But, as you might have guessed, there was one small problem. Rather, a pretty catastrophic problem. You see, Haribo decided to sweeten these sugar-free gummy bears with lycosine. And unfortunately, lycosine can have a powerful laxative effect. In fact, researchers determined that a mere 40 grams of lycosine was enough to cause gastrointestinal distress in adults, and only 25 grams was needed to do the same thing to kids. And wouldn't you know it, one bag of Haribo sugar-free gummy bears had enough lycosine to have this effect several times over. When Colin had his bag, he reported it took about
to the wish
45 minutes for all hell to break
loose. It's an LGBT one too.
They taste. Was it worth it? Well, Colin's first comment when eating them is that they were a bit chewy, but given he ate a whole kilo of them, they kind of tasted that bad. Bro Bible, on the other hand, rated them as about a 5 out of 10. He reported it having that soft, sweet, fruity taste that you'd expect from a gummy bear. So basically, it did
We're gonna
taste
finish
like
that
a
mushroom
thing.
pipe here in a
However,
sec.
He also reported that after 20
We just gotta take it
days,
off the handle.
all hell broke loose. He rated his experience like nothing he ever imagined possible. He said he'd previously had food poisoning from shellfish that was like a skip in the park compared to the current horrors that were going on in his stomach. He then detailed several paragraphs of the nightmarish many hours of flatulence that followed. But in the name of good taste, I'm going to leave it at that. I think you get the idea. And there are many reviews for your viewing pleasure of the carefully and vividly recounted experiences of what these gummy bears did to their derrieres. And for number 9...
Shaggy won the custom cash.
The candy cigarettes, aka fads.
Like,
Jeez,
it
believe
works
or not,
okay.
There was a time when these
This mouse
imitation
pisses me off. It was working last night. I think it's just not close enough.
Candies as a kid multiple times. So, what's the first offensive thing about these? Well, the taste. They tasted like overly sweet and chalky hard candies and were plain and boring to look at. But I imagine the biggest controversy here is pretty obvious. Many people were concerned about these candies teaching kids to smoke. But there was a time when it was perfectly normal to see a kid puffing on a candy cigarette. What disturbed me the most, though, was despite these hard candies looking boring and tasting like garbage, they were really popular and loved by many kids. Basically, all the friends I talked to remembered having these as kids. I still remember that overly sweet, chalky, unpleasant taste as I put the candy cigarette in.
Yeah, I just need a better...
Here in Australia, anyway, they were called fads at the time. Funny name, isn't it? It's almost like they missed the G and hit the D, otherwise they wouldn't be legally allowed to sell them. No, wait, that was meant to be a joke. I didn't make them. They actually called them the FG word.
Yeah, that's what cigarettes were called.
There was something just so feral about a pack of candy cigarettes with a depiction of kids running towards that word. And sadly, the deeper I researched these things, the more disturbing it got. Nowadays, there is actually evidence that candy companies worked with cigarette companies to try and attract young smokers. And never is that clearer in this older candy cigarette.
Just like Dad.
This was made, the cigarette companies didn't have to be subtle about it. The marketing leads with the title, Just Like Dad. And below it pictures a child saying to their dad, "Hey Dad, can I bum a smoke?" I think that pretty much sums up the next 80 years of cigarette companies marketing these things. And at the time, we were kids. We didn't know about this stuff. I didn't have the experience that I have now to know that cigarette companies were priming kids to smoke. I remember I used to see the cool kids having these candy death sticks. Tobacco companies even gave the candy companies more realistic packaging, you know, so kids could feel like they were smoking the real thing. Eventually, many countries realized that smoking caused heart disease, lung cancer, and was like the worst thing ever. And this finally caused them to start looking more closely at candy cigarettes. Trillist mentions that legislators made several attempts to ban candy cigarettes in the 60s and 70s, but the bills all ultimately failed after pressure from the candy and tobacco lobbyists prevailed. Eventually, the candy cigarettes did get renamed and were made to look less like the real thing. However, sadly, these changes may not have made a meaningful difference. As a study in the British Medical Journal found, the kids who ate candy cigarettes were more likely to become smokers in the future. Fortunately, many countries have outright banned these imitation death sticks, including my country Australia, Canada, the UK, Finland, Norway, and many others. But banning these imitation death sticks in America has been unsuccessful so far. So if you're as upset by this information as I am, it might be worth you saying something to your US congressman. Tell him you can
Yeah, let me tell him how angry I am about that.
Number 8. Ruffles Wow Chips. Oh, I like the idea of this. A fat-free potato chip, at least free of saturated and trans fats. There's still the issue of sugar, but hey, one step at a time.
An oil that fries up snacks without adding any fat or calories.
This chip sounds like a nice snack for health-conscious people. For me personally, I'd love a potato chip that doesn't want to sabotage our waistlines.
Have you seen our collective waistline recently?
but not at the expense of my digestive system going bonkers. You see, in 1998, Frito-Lay came up with the idea of the Wow chip.
13 minutes left in our stream.
Free chip that used an artificial fat called cholesterol. Cholesterol was meant to pass through our digestive tracts with no harm done. However, as soon as the chip was released, there were immediate complaints of cramping and diarrhea. And it's a shame because, according to studies, initially these chips really took off. A study on shoppers found that most shoppers really enjoyed the Wow taste. In fact, they found it to taste almost the same as a full fat chip.
It's got a nice aftertaste. It's a solid chip, but it's a 72 for me.
That'd be great news. Goodbye, fatty chips. However, once the health issues started, sales dropped like a rock. It's speculated this might have been because of the warning they had to put on the bag. You see, it was required that it was printed on the bag.
As long as it keeps working like this, the fucking mouse is fine.
Loose stools. Because nothing sells a product like Frito-Lays. They'll give you diarrhea. Also, much of the marketing on these chips was garbage. Take a look at some of this commercial here.
They're back. Now you can eat like a kid again when all you cared about was taste.
How does a man floating down a river in a tube shout Wow chips to anyone? I mean, what's wrong with showing a packet of chips and just saying, hey, these taste nice?
Hey, that's a furry. See, but then it lags. I don't know if it... Bad signal? I don't know. Did anybody actually watch Black Adam? Because I actually have not seen it yet.
So you've hit the pause button in your day. Just take a deep breath.
Davis, find it!
They later tried to change the name from Wow Chips to Light Chips, but it was discontinued in 2016. Again, I find it kind of sad, because this was meant to be a revolutionary dietary snack. If it hadn't caused cramping and stomach upsets, among other things, it sounds like it would have tasted just the same as a regular chip. But sadly, it looks like our technology just wasn't quite there yet. Number 7. The energy drink called cocaine. I don't know how much more obvious the controversy could be here. It's an energy drink called cocaine. The warning on the can read...
Oh, Black Adam isn't out yet?
To be consumed by responsible
I thought it was out already.
Failure to adhere to this warning may result in excess.
I was gonna say, wow, that flopped, didn't it?
And a possible feeling.
I haven't heard of anybody talking about it, but that makes sense then.
Glamorizing cocaine. I'm sure that's just gonna go down swimmingly. No, the FDA was infuriated by this label. They felt the label didn't portray the potential risks and dangers of this highly caffeinated drink. Nah, really? Whatever gave you that impression? It's almost like the warning was promoting cocaine. And I don't know if glorifying cocaine to teenagers is going to go down well with anyone, maybe drug dealers? Because the idea of a drink called cocaine was thought to be a glamorization of drug usage to children. And given just how much of the soft drink industry targets children, I can definitely understand that. Personally, I'll more often than not see teenagers with energy drinks than adults. I mean, this probably won't surprise you, but the drink doesn't actually contain cocaine. In fact, the warning even lampshades how obvious this is.
But what it has a lot of is caffeine, not cocaine.
In 2007, the product was pulled from shelves. Why? Well, the FDA
October?
was on
Gotcha.
page.
October for the drop of the entire
because it now seemed like Redux was marketing
Call of Duty as well, right?
As a street drug alternative and a dietary
Also, y'all get that
and by
other background noise
cocaine had been
ready.
rebranded.
We have 9 minutes left in our stream.
The most original name, but there you go. But it didn't stay labeled no name for long. Because after this letter was released, the cocaine drink sales quadrupled.
The cocaine
so
drink
in 2008,
sales.
the product was rebranded again back to cocaine. I really didn't get this.
It's called Wolf Cola.
I literally told them to knock it off. And they rebranded it back to their original controversial name for a quick buck. Apparently, though, the FDA wasn't the only ones to target this cocaine drink. You see, they were also targeted by the evil Coca-Cola company.
That's
They
hilarious.
filed a kind of bizarre lawsuit against Redux for the trademark name cocaine. They can't be called cocaine.
Cocaine
That's how
Cola?
our product started. I mean, yeah, Coke, You're right, but I thought you were trying to hide the fact that you started as an unsubstantiated cocaine medicine and instead focus on your more modern drink, the caffeinated battery acid obesity alternative. But apparently, Coca-Cola, being the fair businessmen they are, claim that this would infringe on fair competition. Oh, says the massive conglomerate that has bullied and brainwashed their way into the industry over the last 110 years. You want fair competition? Really? It's a bit like Darth Vader claiming the rebels had an unfair advantage because they recruited Ewoks. Apparently, even today, this drink is still available online. So how does this cocaine drink actually taste? Well, a surprisingly few amount of YouTubers have tried it, possibly because of the Amazon reviews, claiming things such as it
not
tastes
actual
like
cocaine.
which is always good. The YouTuber Peter Von Panda tried the drink for himself. He said it smelled like Kool-Aid and had a red, berry-like flavor.
Tastes like a cherry drink.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's carbonated and kind of just looks like a fucking
Personally,
big
I'm
red.
not an energy drinker myself, I run on anxiety. But just a warning ahead, this drink is laced with caffeine, even by energy drink standards.
Oh my god.
And some reviewers claim they didn't sleep for days, so I definitely can't recommend this one.
Holy shit.
Yeah, baby. Cocaine!
Number 6. Zombie Skittles. Now
What?
this one is short.
Were they the fire one? The spicy Skittles?
You see, Skittles made this taste bad intentionally.
Oh.
In fact, it kind of seemed like Skittles was just trying to troll anyone unfortunate enough to buy these. Just in time for Halloween in 2019, Skittles released a revolutionary flavor, the Zombie Skittle. This candy was specifically designed to taste like, well, rotting flesh. Because I don't know
Really?
about you, but when I bite into a Skittle, I want it to taste like rotting flesh. Perhaps Skittles just thought rotting flesh would be the next in flavor? But there was a catch. You see, these rotting flesh Skittles were carefully hidden away within the package.
Yeah, I was
There
gonna
no
say,
way
weren't
to
they
tell
like
if you were biting into a regular
bombs?
Skittle or a rotting Skittle? They were made to look like the regular flavors. Citrus punch, mummified melon, black cherry, blackberry boogeyman, or blood red berry. So eating
And then
these
there's
Skittles
just a
back
random
was
rotten
like
zombie
playing
one in there,
Russian
too?
roulette. The taste was just waiting in the shadows to
They did that with
assault
jelly
your
beans, right?
senses.
Jelly Belly has
Alright,
really popular
but I
versions
guess
of
you
that.
get what you ask for with this package warning.
Beware. Most taste delicious, but some taste like rotten zombie. Dare to try?
But for the sake of curiosity, how do these rotting flesh Skittles actually taste? Well, as you might expect, the flavor varies from person to person.
It's like cat piss.
Apparently, rotting flesh is an acquired taste. Skittles themselves claim they didn't know what rotting flesh was meant to taste like, but it was going to be truly disgusting. Oh good, the Skittles company isn't made up of cannibals. That was my next question, you know. Skittles stated on the taste, when eaten you will likely feel as though you just ate a rotten egg soaked in garlic sauce. Sounds charming, but let's hear the taste from actual people. In a taste test from Taste Test Tuesday, the family didn't call it outright terrible, but there was certainly mixed reactions. The mother said it tasted and smelled like stinky feet and blue cheese. She also described the taste as onion and garlic. The family described it as unpleasant, but not as bad as they thought it would be.
Yeah, sounds like garlic is a common base.
However,
onion.
a review by Mary Shue described a far different taste experience. She described the zombie black cherry flavor as
A distinct barbecue edge, layering salt and meat and bitterness on top of whatever sweet flavour it is zombified. It's a distinct funk that lasts. For those devious turds looking to prank their friends at Halloween, the nastiness in these delivers.
And many agreed. Skittles re-released these rotting flesh flavors in 2020 because I guess there was just such a big demand. And the insiders...
4 minutes left in our
The
stream.
taste is so surprising. It makes for a great prank to play on your mates this Halloween.
But have we seriously reached the point where we're just creating candies to try and troll our friends? Personally,
Oh, just swallow it. Really, you're gonna spit it out and look at it? Just spit it out and look at it. What the fuck?
But if you have tried rotting flesh flavored yourself, feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comments. And before we get to number 5, thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. If you have...
Alright, we will start wrapping See, look, it doesn't move. It's not moving. I don't know if it lags waking up or something. I don't know. Either way, it would be nice to get anyone. About 3 minutes left in our stream. Move this way. That's supposed to be further that way a little bit. Just barely see the edge of the screen. I'm gonna finish cleaning everything up tonight as well. What's off here? What all can be seen on camera? This needs to move. I want to put this somewhere else. What else? Yeah, I like it like that. More towards the middle of the screen. And I like how y'all can't really, I can read chat here because it's closer to me, but then I use like this half of the screen to show stuff to y'all. Okay, yeah, that works. What up, Jarrett? We're actually right about to end our stream. Sorry about that. Happy to have you here, though. We are ending it at 4 this morning. So, oh look, it even says it even has a timer up here as well. 16 seconds. Or 3:59:20. I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out with us. We will eventually try to go back to watching even better stuff on here. For now, in the first couple of streams, when we have it set up like this while we're monetized. Oh Jesus! While we're monetized, we're trying to be extra careful. So we'll get back to watching some MXC and some better watchable things, and not other people's content. Even though I don't mind other people's content. All right, friends. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Jarrett, Darren, Nevada, Michael, Cal, Lewis, Arctic, anybody who may be hanging out. Lucinda, if you're hanging out somewhere out there, thank y'all for being here. Alrighty, we will be back.